I'm unmuting
Yeah,
the
you only
mic.
lose like 2/3 of the time.
Jeez. I unmuted the mics.
Only sport in the world that 1 out of 3 is great. But 1 out of 3 normally wins the batting title.
That's true. Yeah, that's got a big echo to it.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of feedback, aren't you?
Let me work on that echo. Before I get started, there we go. Well, almost. Hello, hello. I know, I'm working on this echo over here. Oh, okay. Yeah. Sounds good. No, I think you're on. Is yours on? No, it's on. All right.
Mayor.
Very good. All right. Good morning. Today's Monday, October 7th, 2019. It is 9 a.m. We're in the City Chambers. I call the City Commission Workshop to order. Those present with me are Commissioner Luke, Vice Mayor McDowell, and Self Mayor Hanks, Commissioner Rembrandt. We have City Manager Lear, City Attorney Slayton is over here. We also have our Deputy City Clerk, Ms. Taylor's over there, Recording Secretary, Ms. Goodman's behind me. And we do have Chief Titus is back there this morning. Good to see you. We have Chief Garrison. He's good. I got the thumbs up, so he's ready to go. Just a couple of reminders that we're going to turn off our cell phones or put them on vibrate. You can use them. We don't want to hear them. So also, if you have a public comment card right over here to my left, you'll fill that out and give that to the officer, and she'll make sure everybody that it goes to the right place. If you would, please, let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, and if City Manager Lear will lead that for us, I'd appreciate it.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Lead that the other night. 2 for 2. Woo-hoo.
Approval of the agenda.
Second.
Motion on the floor by Vice Mayor, second by Commissioner Lee. Take the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? And the ayes have it. Any public comment card, Commissioner McDowell?
I have nothing there.
All right, sounds good. We'll move on to general business then. Looks like we're going to move on to discussion regarding procedure for charter officer time off. City Manager, please introduce this item.
Thank you, Mayor. At a meeting back in September, Commission had a conversation about charter officers and how their time off would work and timekeeping and all that. I asked HR to put a presentation together. They have done that, so we'll let them give the presentation and then we'll open it up for comments.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Nothing like being first, right? For the record, Christine McDade, Human Resources Director. So I know that we have a lot to do today. We put together a brief little presentation about exempt employees and what it means to be essentially a salaried employee, and in this case, we're looking at charter officers. So we thought it might be helpful just to kind of do a quick overview. I think I can do this remotely. Not sure. There we go.
Would you repeat that last sentence again, please?
Looking at charter officers, I think I said something about them being exempt employees from overtime.
Correct, so we're just focusing on charter.
Correct.
Okay.
Just that, I think it was for the time tracking is what our direction was.
Yes, the conversation was about the charter officers and how you all would know what time they took off and everything.
So exempt employees, under the Fair Labor Standard Act, talks about the fact employees are overtime if they work more than 40 hours a week. So to be exempt from this law, you need to meet certain criteria such as having advanced skills, supervising 2 or more people, working independently, and meeting a certain salary amount. And for purposes of our discussion today, we're going to focus on the fact that charter officers meet this exemption, so they don't receive overtime for any time worked over 40.
Those are all separate, they don't have to be, you don't have to meet each of that criteria.
Correct, or you might meet a couple of those things,
Exactly.
not every
And
meeting, right. So some just general information. I'm sorry, I'm looking to my right here. The idea is with an exempt employee is that you get the job done no matter what it takes. And what I mean by that is there are some weeks you might work 45, 50 hours. There are other weeks you might work 60, depending on the level of work or the things you have going on that week. And there's sometimes you might work a little bit less. But the idea is you are paid to get a job done, no matter what it takes. Often, exempt employees do not have the ability to shut down and decide to be off the clock. I wanted to reference that because the luxury of technology gives us cell phones and emails, the ability to get text, all hours of the night, 7 days a week.
You guys identify?
And certainly, running a city is a 7-day-a-week job. So wanted to make a comment about that. And just for example, as directors, I know I thought of an example. Our city manager called me one evening, it was a Saturday evening, about a deadline on a grievance. And he had me give a call out to a sergeant when we were dealing with a deadline. Again, it was something that I understood to have happened, and it's something not out of the ordinary. But there are so many examples of that, and I'm certainly the charter officers experienced that too. But it's something that had to be done, and it was a Saturday evening. I only bring that up as an example because things have to be met when they have to be met, and cities run 7 days a week throughout the year. So it was kind of an odd thing. It doesn't happen a lot, but it wasn't a surprise, and we got the job done. It was, like I said, a Saturday evening. It was a phone call and a quick couple emails. So just a quick little example. Yeah.
Oh, no, we've never
Yeah.
exchanged at midnight.
Yeah, exactly. So tracking time down to hour for hour, for example, is treating them almost as a non-exempt employee. So that's what we'll talk about a little bit more here in a second, just some general information. And as a caution, the Department of Labor does frown on that. And there's always a possibility, if you treat an exempt employee like a non-exempt employee, you risk losing that exemption. And there are examples of the Department of Labor coming in with audits, and when you're tracking everyone's time, they may say that you have treated them in this manner and that you owe them all this back pay because you were tracking every hour they worked, for example. And it's always a risk people want to watch out for when they're holding people accountable, which we certainly will talk about how we can do that. So avoiding the one-way flexibility, it's, agencies have to be careful. The idea, again, it takes as long as it takes, really, to do a job. Working a full day and taking work home. So in other words, when a boss or an agency expects someone to do the work all day and then go home, it's that one-way flexibility. We expect you to do it and then make sure you get this done tonight. For example, attend after-hours events and meetings. I know you all know about that, and our charter officers certainly do attend a lot of after-hours or non-business hour type of events. Often, they're expected to be contacted on holidays and scheduled vacation. I know I'm guilty of reaching out to you on a couple of vacations or seeing emails come from either the city clerk or even our city attorney on some kind of vacation time. I often think that really the only way we can get away from that is like if you go out of the country or something, because there's always a way to get a hold of someone. But so we're required to work long hours and expected to be back to work at the start of the day no matter what. It's another thing some agencies will recognize, if there's a late meeting or such, something to that nature, they might allow some flexibility in the morning for coming in, because you're certainly, like anyone else, you could suffer from burnout, sleep fatigue. How sharp will you be the next morning? Again, that's that kind of one-way flexibility that you talked about in some of my research. An hour missed is unpaid, but an extra hour of work is expected. So again, just another example of holding someone to that non-exempt status or that non-exempt parameters, if you will. Exempt employees often work through lunches and take little, if any, breaks during the workday. And that's, again, to get the job done as it's needed. So focusing just on charter officers, again, they are salaried. Regardless of time worked, they do not receive any overtime. Again, this is just an overview of exempt status. The further discussion say, theory, exempt employees should be allowed more flexibility because they are being paid to do the job, not to work certain hours. Allowed deductions are rare for exempt employees. We have a leave policy does require the whole day. And, we have a bona fide leave plan here that allows for annual leave, for sick leave to be taken in whole day increments. So best practices and recommended procedures, allowing charter officers to have flexibility in time due to exempt and overall executive status. One of the things, these are your top executives, and we can look at ways to look at accountability. I got the sense from this meeting we had last month that there were some specific examples, and we can always address that. I think one method I've seen work well it comes down to the department directors, and we share with our staff is, if a charter officer is going on vacation or will be gone for extended leave time due to, it could be a class, it could be a vacation or what have you, a memo comes out and gives direction on who to contact in their absence. Sometimes the memo might say, hey, I do have my cell phone with me if you want to reach me. If I miss you, I'll call you back, that kind of thing. It all goes down to, I think, or comes down to rather good communication from the officers to you all. Sick time used for whole day absences per policy, and monthly reports are available. I wanted to mention we still put in, and I believe you both put in time, for example, I'm looking at you two. You sign off on something in execu time for yourself, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So we are recording whole absences in execu time, and those and that program would be available to you if you wanted to have some kind of a monthly report or however often you wanted to have it, because we do track it in that fashion. So again, we can we have accountability. We certainly have some things in motion now that we do, and HR's recommendation is to have some flexibility with that, and we'd certainly be available. And I think HR, or I'm looking to you guys a little bit here. Maybe it's through finance that they would get those reports. I'm not sure if they wanted to. Okay. So we are available. I have HR staff here as well to assist if you need a little more information.
Thank you. Commissioner McDowell.
I noticed that you said it's in 8-hour increments for time off, for like paid time off, vacation or
Right.
sick. Is that just because they're charter officers, or do?
Exempt generally is what we do.
So if somebody has a doctor's appointment at 9 o'clock and they're just gonna be late and they come in at noon, they have to take the whole day off?
No, they come in, they don't track a 4-hour sick
Okay,
leave.
so what if they have an appointment at 10 o'clock in the morning? They're gonna be late. By the time they get in, it's 4 hours are expended. There's no way to break it up into 4-hour increments, even for employees?
Well, I'm speaking generally across the board for exempt employees. Certainly maybe departments handle, and I don't know if you could speak to that a little bit.
Yes, you can break it into, like for sick time, you can break it into hours. Your 4-hour example is a good example. I will tell you historically, when I was a department director, that yes, if it was more than 4 hours, I made people put in for that. Under 4 hours, I typically make it up within the week. But the focus always was on, you have a job to get done. Not going to nickel and dime you here and there, because at the end of the day, almost, without all of our employees that are exempt employees put in more than 40, might not be 5 8-hour days. They might have a day where, like you said, you have a doctor's appointment, which means instead of leaving at 5, you might work till 6 or 7, or tomorrow you might put in 8 or 9 or 10 hours to make it up. As long as your job gets done, that's the focus.
And the only reason why I brought that up is because the PowerPoint was focusing on whole day 8 hours.
Yeah, because generally they
that's-
just do it. I'm just saying in general speaking, FLSA would prefer you to just do whole hour increments, but correct. And whole day. For example, if they do allow, if there's some kind of corrective action being taken against an exempt employee, that has to be complete 8-hour increments. That's correct.
If I'm
Whole
not
days.
mistaken, what I talked about years ago when Yvonne was in finance and so was I, we talked about, it's basically an all or nothing for the day. You can't dock a person's, you can make them use their time off, but you can't dock a person's day or pay for hours. It's either if you show up to work as an exempt employee, you get paid for the day. That's according to the law. So if they show up, I mean, as crazy as it sounds, if the person shows up for 5 minutes and leaves, they get paid for the whole day. You then have management issues if you want to deal with those.
Yeah.
But you can't dock a partial pay. What you can do is force them to use their accrued time off, their sick and vacation time. But if they don't have any, you have to pay them. And that's the law.
I just wanted to get that clarification on that breakup of hours,
you.
half a day versus a whole day. And I'll just stick by when we had the previous discussion. I think it just boils down to a communication issue. And you hit the nail right on the head, that if a charter officer is not communicating with their boss, who is us five, that they're gonna be gone for vacation or sick or conference, that's on them. And when we go looking for them and we, hey, where is she? What's going on? That becomes our issue that we have to address. And it's just a professionalism as far as having just communication and just saying, hey, I'm gonna be gone, so-and-so's in charge.
Right.
So that's really all I have, Mayor.
I'd like to thank every one of you for doing exactly that every time you go on a vacation. So I think this entire meeting is asinine. So this is what happens when you have people that don't understand upper level management. And so I apologize to you guys for having to go through this. It's ridiculous. Thank you. Do you have anything?
Yeah, I disagree with that statement.
Yeah.
These personnel did abide by it, but we had a past employee charter officer that we did have some difficulties with, and so that's why it arose. So though I can compliment these charter officers, it is something that I think needed to be addressed from the past. And we're setting those policies and procedures and making sure everything is where we need it to be. So I think this is a discussion that needed to be had. And whether it is written somewhere that charter officers allow, the commission to know when they're going, and the letter, the communication that we're talking about, as far as following up with the monthly tracking thing, I don't mind it being a quarterly thing. But we have an accountability when we fill out the evaluation for us to have that type of knowledge. So if we get a quarterly update, I think that's good enough for us to be able to have the knowledge when it comes to evaluation time without having to go into it monthly or weekly or anything like that.
Thank you. Again, lack of understanding.
No, I agree. I think you did a very good job explaining how everything works, and we have the system, and we'll go forward with it. Absolutely. Communication is the key.
Mayor, do we need to set something in policy for this? Or, we're trying to get SOPs like for minutes. That's something that we're trying to do is set some
I guess if you'd like to
SOPs.
bring in an agenda item, we're more than welcome to do that. Today, we can't do anything specifically, so.
But we can give consensus and
Give
stuff.
direction,
Yeah,
for
that's why
agenda
I'm
item,
just asking if,
which any commissioner can bring in agenda items.
We can take a consensus and have them bring it up.
All right, do we have a consensus to bring an agenda item
the only thing
concerning?
is,
What we decided now, the
Be- be-
consensus.
before we do, city attorney, all of the charter officers are contracted. If we were to put a stipulation that they would communicate any time off, sick, vacation, conference, and some kind of a stipulation, would that affect their contract?
No, ma'am, it's a management practice.
I just wanted to make sure, since there is a contract, and I don't want to jeopardize anything in the contracts.
There we go. So do I have a consensus to bring forth an agenda item?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
There's your consensus. All right, moving on. Item B, discussion regarding public records management plan implementation process. City manager, please introduce the item.
Thank you, Mayor. Back on September 5th, you had a presentation for the Public Records Management Consultant and asked that this be put on the agenda. So with that, I'll turn it over to the city clerk to take her item.
Heather Taylor, Deputy City Clerk. I have Matt with us from SML, correct? And Cynthia, if you have any
You know, you
questions.
lower that chair if you don't want to swing your feet.
Thank you.
Was she?
Yeah, I have mine like sitting up on top.
So for this one, what I did was I took the implementation checklist that was provided in the records plan, and I'm going to kind of go over an overview of where we stand now and what we've been working on and what we're planning on working on going forward. There's nothing here for us to look at as far as a plan, though, you know, because we're working. So secure management support, we have completed that. We are working to develop the comprehensive records management plan.
Can you define what secure management support?
To me, I believe that's the support of commission, that this is, we're going to move forward with this. We're going to move forward with the plan, the city manager and all of the directors.
Okay.
Develop comprehensive records management plan. That's what we're currently in the process of doing. Designate a records management liaison officer. That's completed. That's currently Cynthia Kelly. We need to adopt applicable policies and procedures. The first one is the public records request policy, which we're going to go over today, and then we'll bring back by resolution for approval. Records disposition procedures, we're in process with those. They will be the paper destruction program, network drives data destruction program, software program destruction, social media destruction, text messages destruction, a text messaging policy defining usage, retention, and disposal. We have a meeting set up for November 13th with IT and the consultant. So we think we might start with the email disposal and the email archiving first with IT. We're just going to have to sit down and look at everything that we have going on and come up with a plan to implement these.
This is a meeting between you
Me,
guys?
the IT, and the consultant.
Okay.
It will be one of the days that he comes
All right,
back.
thank you.
Off-site storage procedure. On-site storage procedure, we currently just have what we're doing, but we don't have a policy or procedures done yet for that. We'll work on that. And contracts management procedure, we do not have that yet as well. Archives collection policy for historic documents, I put in process based off of the joint meeting with Historic, and I figure I will, work something up, come up with what we feel is archival documents, get with Historic and kind of put it on their agenda to go over those things and see what we can come up with together for that. Microfilm and imaging procedure. Designate unit department coordinators and backup. We have done that. Each department has one with a backup. Agency-wide disposition list, that is completed, and that's a list that Cynthia can provide the departments, and they can track anything they're disposing of. At the end of the year, Cynthia sends that to the state. Conduct agency-wide training. Tentatively, we have prepared that from the 25th to the 27th of March, where Matt will come back and do an overall with the city, and then do more specific with just those department records coordinators and their backups for what they need to do. Do you understand what I'm saying? You look at me like,
Yeah.
Well, I'm just wondering if I can ask a
Yeah.
question.
yeah, like I'm.
He came and did citywide a year or two ago. So are we talking about doing that again, or is this a video that's going to be
No,
going on?
he would come back, and he could do the agency-wide, and then he wanted to focus on just the departments with their records coordinators and their backups, because those are the people that should be keeping track of the records within that department, disposing of them, the retention and all of that.
Let's let her get through the
Okay.
presentation, and then we'll get into the question. If you need a question like as to what something means, that's fine, but I just so we can keep flowing.
Review box storage locations and indexing of stored boxes. Cynthia did complete that about a week and a half ago. We have approximately 1,800 boxes off-site. Destroy all eligible approved records. Paper, we're in the process. Digital, we have not started. Select records for conversion to electronic images. Transfer magnetic media to off-site storage. Transfer inactive hard copy records to off-site storage. And implement file code system for active records. We do have 18 days where Matt can come back, 17 after today, and so we are going to come up with a plan to see what we need to focus those days on, to create the policies, do a disposal event, something like that. We also have the issue with the records management on the website. Currently, our records are not all ADA compliant on the website. It was approximately $4.50 per page for PDF documents to get them to be ADA compliant. You also have the audio video that would need to have the closed captioning, and that would take staff time to run through the encoder, create and verify the transcript, and reload to the website. With that, I know it's a big deal for the city to have those minutes and meetings available to the public, but I would recommend maybe just have 2 years, and then we still maintain the records, because I know you don't want to get rid of them, and they can be available for public record, but it will take a lot of money and time to transfer all of those to be ADA compliant.
If I could just interject to make sure the record is clear. I think, and you can clarify me if I'm wrong, Ms. Taylor, but I believe what the Deputy City Clerk is trying to say is that not all of the PDF documents on the website can be accessed via screen reader for visually impaired, which is a tool that some visually impaired persons utilize to read documents. That does not mean that we're out of compliance with the ADA necessarily, because we do offer accommodations, several accommodations. Now, the ideal would be to optimize these and have them ADA compliant with a screen reader in that way. But I want to make sure, going on record, it's our position as a city that we do provide a reasonable accommodation pursuant to the American with Disabilities Act, including with respect to these documents, because some of them are readable with a screen reader. We have some other components on our website, and we do make available personnel to read to or to work with anyone who needs documents access from the city upon an appropriate request under the ADA.
Off-site storage, the access costs, they have gone up drastically since last year. So we would like to come up with a plan to try and lower that cost if at all possible. Laserfish is the system that we're using to store all of our scanned documents. Laserfish was set up in a certain way that we didn't find it to be very conducive to what the clerk's office needs and the city needs. So right now we're doing a rebuild to correct that and straighten up the files and have everything the way we need to have it. Once we have those folders and folders set up, we're going to move them from the Alchemy migration folder over into the Laserfish folder. That's approximately 15,000 documents that staff will have to transfer over and input the metadata for. Once we get it all set up, I would like to have public-facing documents in Laserfish, the minutes, the ordinances, and resolutions. And that's it.
Commissioner Luke, you had some questions, I think?
Let me flip through here and see the ones that I've got. Is there a list where we will know who the department coordinators and backups are?
I can send it to you, we have it.
It'd be nice, because if we had somebody reach out to us, we might be able to contact them. And I know the process we'll have to go through in the next discussion. The thing about the gentleman coming to give the classes or the discussion, I think it'd be advantageous to have it recorded so that we could go back and reference it or teach later from it also. This outside storage, do you know why it has risen so much this year?
They raised their rates.
Please come up.
Yes,
Yeah.
please.
Please.
There you go. They had a rate increase.
For the record.
Yes, Cynthia Kelly, Records Management Liaison Officer in the City Clerk Department. Historically, we've stored our records at a company called Yarnell. They were located there in Sarasota. We always had a very good relationship with them. We could pick up the phone and call whatever we needed. They were bought out by a huge company by the name of Access, who their main office is up in the Northeast somewhere. So when I call them now, I'm a number. I'm not Cynthia from the city of Northport anymore. They had a huge rate increase about, I think it was in February of this year, and that's why our rates have drastically increased.
Yeah, they've more than doubled. Are we going to be looking at other locations, comparing costs?
Well, the only other one I know of is Iron Mountain, and they're just about the same as Access is. I think what specifically has caused the rates to increase so much is that the retrieval price has tripled. It's not so much how much we're paying per box to store there, but they charge us to pull the box off a shelf. They charge us to drive it down here. They charge us to come and pick it up and take it back up there. That retrieval fee is what went up 3 times. It tripled. So that's why it's so high.
And that's if a
right now.
department needs something that's in a specific box, they bring it back to get it out.
So you're getting a service other than just simply storage?
Yes.
So somebody else is actually working the room
Yes.
as an index of it, and they
Exactly.
work the room?
If somebody from the building department contacts me and they get a public records request for a building permit, the box happens to be stored off-site, I can make I do it online. I request the box, it's due the next day. They take the records that they need, they make copies, they fulfill their public records request, the box goes back.
Okay. And so it's just a one charge, no matter how many times you request something to come to you? Or is there a contract that stipulates, how many times they bring it to you for a certain price?
We have a purchase order. We don't have a contract with them anymore. It's done by purchase order, but it's per delivery.
And it totals this then?
That's what we paid, this past fiscal year.
I'll pass right now.
Yeah. So, let's start with your very first item. Secure management support, and it says that, and you explain that that means to move forward with the plan, meaning the binder that we were presented with.
Working on a plan, you will adopt an overall plan once we have all the policies in place that go within the plan.
So we're going to adopt an overall plan for what?
How the city determines we're going to, what are the 4 things? Can you help me out? I spoke with him this morning about it, sorry. There's 4 things.
For the record, Matt Doherty, Executive Vice President, SML. Matt Doherty, Executive Vice President, SML Incorporated. Securing management support would be to get feedback from you in this particular fashion and from the city manager and staff on moving forward to adopt a records management program which includes the plan. And so we need, in order to move forward with any sort of change to the way that things are done, we have to have management buy-in, otherwise we can't get anything done. If suddenly you all decided not to support this effort, there's nothing we could do with it. And so you going out for an RFQ, that's part of it. You having these conversations, and then as part of the delivery of the plan, when I spoke with the city manager and the city attorney, just getting feedback along the way to make sure that we're all on board with what we're trying to do. What we're trying to do is implement some of the recommendations within the binder that I provided you. And the way that we're going to do that is generally spelled out in the implementation steps that Deputy Clerk just outlined for you.
Okay, so the overall program and plan is to adopt what's in the binder based on your recommendations.
The binder is, I guess the best way to describe it would be a reference guide on how do we do these things. I make recommendations. I don't expect you to adopt 100% everything in there. There may be some areas that we disagree, but I'm going to make those recommendations because I think they're the right way that the city moves forward. The implementation should be the process of hashing out those areas that we agree on and what we disagree on. The support of the program is that we have that conversation. And so I'm not going to encourage you to adopt that binder 100% because if you don't follow it, then you're not in compliance. And there are some things in there that you might not want to do. But I have to make those recommendations because as a consultant, I believe they're the right way that the city moves forward.
So how are these recommendations in this very thick binder different than what is already codified in our code for management plan?
For example, the public records request policy that we're going to go over today. Matt had provided his recommendation, and then we had what was in the code. So what I did was pull both of them together and create a policy which would then become part of the overall plan, correct?
But it's making it sound like this binder, by saying, hey, each department has to have a coordinator, that's nothing new, it's already being done or supposed to be done. So I'm trying to really get a better feel of what we have codified in our code versus the generic, if I can use that word, of what's in the binder. I don't see really what some of those differences are. I'm not talking about public records, the policy for public records, how it's done, policies and procedures. I'm talking about the management plan.
Yeah. The overall, for example, I don't think we had, you can correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think we had POCs in each department
What
with
does
the
that mean?
backup, like a point of contact, the records coordinator with, and it may be in the code.
It's in the code
Okay.
that we're supposed
Yes, I get
to.
And then there's supposed to be training to,
It's
you
in
know,
the
each
code.
department.
It's
So
in
this
the
is
code.
kind of, for me, this binder is me starting fresh because I just got here and going overall and looking and making sure that we create all these policies and plans and procedures that Matt has recommended, which are in the code, some of it.
Can I interject real quick? Each department has a records liaison. When we have training classes, that's the person, that's my contact, that's the person who is responsible for their records. I think what the binder is, the point of contacts that way is, it's putting a little bit more responsibility on them. For example, destruction. Currently, every record that's destroyed comes through me. I run reports every fiscal year and every calendar year. I send those reports to my records liaisons, and I let them know these records have met retention. The state required retention. May I get rid of them? Sometimes they want to keep them for another year. Sometimes there's a lawsuit that we can't get rid of them. If they tell me yes, I make the arrangements, the boxes are destroyed, we document it, we send the information to the state at the end of the year. The process now that we're working on that we want to move forward with is that these records liaison contacts in each department will use that disposition list, and they're going to be destroying their own records. It's not going to fall on me 100% anymore.
But how will they get notified to the state then?
They will send those forms to me, and I will send those, tally it to the state. Sends us forms, 3 forms, and we fill those out and we send them back using that destruction form that each department is going to use throughout the year. And then they're going to send it to me, and I'm going to tally it, and I'm going to fill out the forms the state sends me and let them know how many boxes we've destroyed. So that will be one change.
Can I make a comment on this topic? The binder I saw pretty much being an overview that you could have gotten from the state of Florida. I mean, we could have just gone to them and asked, how do you manage a clerk's office? It's this nitty-gritty that's going on right now, and hammering these things out is what I expected from the consultant.
Yeah.
Comparing what the norm is to what we've got and then coming through. So to me, the next 17 meetings after this one are the most important. Thank you.
I just have a problem with, we have a policy in place and it doesn't seem like it's been followed, has been followed, or followed to the letter of the policy. And now all of a sudden, because we have a consultant binder, oh, now we have to do it. And that is concerning to me. And so you mentioned that automated email disposal procedures. I don't know what page it is, sorry guys. sometimes emails have content that we may have to keep. Are you talking about just destroying emails, or are you going to go through and check content and then destroy the emails?
I believe it's a content thing, because I know that it's based off of what the content is what determines the retention.
Correct. So the Department of State promulgates rules that discusses destruction. One of the things that they are allowed to do by statute is establish retention schedules based on record series types, so records categories. The recommendations that I make in the plan, which is part of the nitty-gritty as you described it, includes a solution for email, which if applied to an email archiving system, would basically purge records according to the longest possible record series category that I believe that the city has, based on, one, my experience with other cities and my time spent here speaking with IT, and just a general understanding of the record types the city would have and how they use email. And so the recommendation in there for email is automated if it can be implemented, which is why we want to have that discussion again in more detail with IT. I want to see if you can implement those rules, and if there's feedback, as you're mentioning, that's when we'll hash that out. But I think you should be able to work that in a way that you'll see big gains with email. Because right now, the way the email is set up, it's a huge pot of public records, which can be requested at any moment, and it has to be responded to within a reasonable time and under reasonable conditions according to the law. And so we need to address email in some capacity. And my recommendations include an automated system for disposal so that there are not so many emails that you have to respond to as part of the public records request.
List any recommendations for that email disposal system?
Did I list recommendations?
For that email disposal system?
No, because currently the system that you're using, which is Microsoft Office 365, should have the capability to do that. I've helped implement this with other cities around the state, including the city of Doral, the city of Coral Gables. I have variations of that in other cities, the city of Margate, where we've implemented automated retention for email using archiving systems from Barracuda to Office 365 to semantic products. So it's pretty flexible. And so part of hashing it out is another follow-up discussion. And I think just to clarify, the process and the procedure that was laid out in the RFQ, we're in the second phase of this project. The laying out the data, doing the data collection and laying out the recommendations, which are in the binder, are the first part of this. The second part is implementing some of those recommendations. Therefore, when you say nitty-gritty, it's true. Some of those things, once I make the recommendation, we have to address those in a little more detail so I can see where you are in your support of some of these recommendations. I make the recommendations and then we work them out. And the implementation steps are a way for you to go through that exercise of addressing. I want to facilitate a conversation about this. Otherwise, it's just business as usual. So facilitating a conversation is a huge part of this. If there's no discussion, nothing is getting done.
Number 7 in your PowerPoint, it says conducted agency-wide training. And I think Commissioner Luke kind of touched on it. And the training would be to come back and do the citywide, employee-wide training again?
Yes.
We did that in January of 2018. When are you wanting to do that again?
I have on here the March 25th to the 27th.
So every
And
2
we
years?
We don't need to do that, but we wanted to definitely get it at least with the records coordinators so they can see the overall what we're going for and know what we're going to expect of them and have that training that they need. I know there's a lot of new employees in the city, so because I haven't been here as long, I don't know what everybody's gotten and what everybody has not gotten.
So then I guess the question would be either to city manager or HR, a new employee coming on board, I thought they were supposed to sit down and watch the video from when he was here 2 years ago, or a year and a half ago. And that was taped. When they did it for each employee, they had to sign off on it.
I believe there are certain videos that the new employees do watch, but my understanding of this training that would be brought in is more so for the records, the point of contacts in the departments. And there's certain training that works for videos, and there's certain training that needs to be interactive, where people have the ability to ask questions. And if you're going to give the responsibility of people in the individual departments that does turn over, we've had significant turnover in the last few years, and we'll have more as people come and go. If you want them to have that responsibility, which is not part of the job that they were originally hired for, we don't hire somebody in utilities that has records management expertise. We have to train them to do those things. And the only way to train them, you can't just give them a couple-hour video to watch and assume they're going to understand it all.
Right. And I don't think there is a video for the public records liaison person. I don't know what the title will be. I was more concerned with redoing at this cost for the employees when there is a video. But I agree, the liaison person needs to have that training to make sure everybody's all on the same page as to how that works. So I don't know what the will of the body is as far as training goes.
I can tell you in our office, we have, we'll use minutes for example. They're stored in at least 5 different places.
I'm sorry?
In our office, minutes, one set of minutes are stored in at least 5 different places. So getting people the training to know that if you're putting it on your S drive, it doesn't need to stay there. You know, if you're saving it to your own personal computer and it's already been scanned and sent up, it's on the website, it's in Laserfish, you know, we have the hard copy still. People need to know that they can get rid of their own personal stuff because all of that is public record as well. You know, so just overall, I think there needs to be that training that do not keep all of this stuff, because if a public records request comes in and you have it on your computer and you're the only person that has it on your computer, it's a public record, you know, so everybody needs to know that they need to follow the retention schedule that we're going to put out, even if it is those personal things that they keep hold of, a binder in their drawer or something like that.
Well, I think the training is necessary because we're refining what we've got, the policy. So I think a refresher course with the emphasis on what we're refining actually needs to be done. That's my feeling on it.
Commissioner McDowell, I'm going to move and see if anybody else has anything, we can come and do a follow-up. Mr. Emmett, do you have anything on this?
No, I agree. It's a work in progress, and we need to have these conversations going forward and come together with a complete plan on how we're moving forward. So I appreciate it. You guys are the professionals.
And I do want to say, you know, whatever happened in the past is a concern, but it's the past. You know, you were doing things that you were told to do, and there's nothing that we can do about that today. So I appreciate you moving forward and being forward thinking in some of this, because now we're moving forward with it. And so I agree with you that we need to take some of these, even if it's a little bit redundant right now, I think we need to go through this process one more time and just to move forward. Commissioner Luke, did you have anything to follow up?
We were talking about, actually, a statement that you made perked my ears up. We were talking about the email disposal and Outlook. I know mine just flushes after a year. And I went back looking for a P3 contact in my email. It's flushed. So I need training of how something as important as that contact information gets saved so that I can go back and get it even more than a year away. So I don't know if that's what you were talking about, that automatic flush that happens to my computer.
Well, there's two different processes there. One is, and I don't want to speak out of place because IT will, there is an archiving process for email. And so it's being captured. What is in your inbox, I can't really speak to that. What I'm referring to is that if it's being captured in an archiving system, it needs to go through this process of being categorized for retention and then being disposed of pursuant to statute, which is required by law that you systematically dispose of public records once they've met their retention. And so what I'm recommending is not so much the you know, how long it stays in your inbox and and how you get to it, but I'm talking on the back end of it. I'm referring to the disposal aspect of it. So that would be a conversation with IT that you would need to have.
On that personal level, but it goes over into what you're talking about too, because I may have something on my email that was just sent to me only, and it deals with potential zoning or land use or something. And I know those particular topics need to be, whenever there's a rezone, needs to be kept forever, those types of changes. So I need to know where maybe this can be sent or captured, or does it need to be, or do I need to keep it? Those type of things need to be brought into this policy.
So the recommendation, if you go to the electronic communications section of the binder, what you need to understand is that email is not a sufficient repository for records that have a permanent retention. So the policy states that anything that has a longer than, let's say, 10 years retention needs to be extracted from the email system and categorized and containerized into the appropriate location. For permanent records, the recommendation is that Laserfish is the repository for permanent records. So if you have emails that you believe, as the custodian, fall under a permanent retention records category, it needs to come out of email. It can't stay there. It's not a state allowed system to preserve records, and so that's all part of the recommendation. Which is why I think it's okay that we can establish these guidelines for automated retention, because the exercise should be that nothing should be in there that has a longer than, let's say, a 10-year retention. And again, we'll hash out some of those details as we go, as we do the second phase of the project.
So we have 1,800 boxes off-site. Put it in context. How big of a space is 1,800 boxes? I mean, I would assume we have at this access place, I don't know, a room that's marked City of Northport. Maybe it's a huge warehouse, and this is City of Northport's area. How big is that space?
Do you know how big?
I've never been there, but just to try to put it into context for you, that little executive assistant office outside of Commissioner Carasone's office, there are 70 boxes in there.
Okay.
So we need at least 20 of those rooms,
Okay.
that size, plus to house 1,800 boxes.
So of those 1,800 boxes, how many are boxes that can safely say, has met its retention, get rid of them?
I think every year you get rid of the ones that have met retention.
Yes, I've just started my fiscal year 18-19 reports, because not all of our records fall under a fiscal year retention. Some of them are calendar year. Finance, for example, I'll use them. Most of their records, almost all of their records, are based on a fiscal year retention. So I will run a report, I've already done it, to let them know these boxes have met retention as of October 1, 2019. May I get rid of them? I believe the report had about 72 boxes on it. So if they tell me, go for it, we'll get rid of 72 boxes. Purchasing is another fiscal year. Toward the end of this year, as we get closer to November and December, I'll run reports for fire rescue, code enforcement, city clerk, utilities, everybody that's on a calendar year. I will send those reports out and let them know these records have met retention. May I get rid of them? If they give me the green light, those records will be gone.
And in this plan, the idea is to create what items we're going to store off-site. Right now, there's permanent records off-site, so they'll stay there forever unless we do something to scan them and, switch that over, but to not allow those permanent records to continue to go out there, to make sure people are paying attention to what they're putting in the boxes and sending out there. If it's something that can be destroyed, it shouldn't be going off-site.
So this off-site storage is more for the long-term storage documents?
I tried to get a year estimate out of Matt. I wanted to set it in increments, and he said it can't go that way. But I know that permanent documents do not need to go off-site, they should be scanned.
Okay.
You know, so permanent should be scanned, correct?
Correct. Yes.
What is it, inactive records with long-term retention that's not permanent should go off-site.
Correct. Because the business model of a record storage facility is that anytime the vendor puts their hands on the box, they're going to charge you for it.
Exactly.
Yeah, so if you're just sending it to sit on the shelf, it's relatively inexpensive. It's around $3 a year on average. And so you don't want to send records that you're constantly referring and having them pulled back, so they need to be inactive. They also need to have a retention of, I would say, less than 10 years, because anything more than 10 years should be scanned and put into Laserfish. You might even go up to, I could be flexible with that, but definitely not any records that are permanent, because if they just sit over there, usually these facilities are not set up to store permanent records. They're not an archive. They're a record storage warehouse.
So the documents, is there any specific documents that you send off that get stored over at this access that you bring back? And then they take it back, and then they bring them back. Is there any type of documents that, so for example,
I can tell you there's many from finance, because people will ask, what did you do for this RFP back in 2016? Or I need all copies of all checks paid to XYZ vendor because there's a lawsuit going on, or somebody just wants to know. So those records are sent out annually. Up in finance, they keep everything by fiscal year. At the end of a fiscal year, it's moved to, so you have the year you're in, you have last year, and I believe past that is sent to off-site storage. If somebody asks for copies of items from 2015 that we're still required to have, we have to call for the box back. 6 months later, somebody else could ask for that same record, but we don't have room to store them here, so depending on the randomness of somebody asking for a certain vendor's checks, we've asked for certain boxes, I'm sure, multiple times, but you never know. The only other option to that is to store all of them here.
so here's where I'm going with that, and thank you for the explanation as to what gets brought back and forth, back and forth. We have a room that holds storage of stuff. There's no monetary value of this stuff. It's just there that we use for like the holidays, different holidays and stuff. That would be something that you could store at a Patriot Storage for next to nothing and put those boxes that get retrieved continuously in there. That room would hold a lot more than 70 boxes. I don't know if we're using our space efficiently versus the dollars that are spent to bring back and forth and back and forth.
The problem is you said 1,700 boxes, it's random. We have no idea which boxes somebody's going to ask for, because we don't know what we're going to get a public records request for.
But you said that the finance will bring to storage fiscal years 15, 16, or 16, 17, depending on, what
They store
fiscal.
2 years here, and the rest are put in on-site, off-site storage.
Hold like 2 or 3 years here and put it in the other space.
We can.
Because it seems like those would be used.
But the question is, sometimes, like I said, you don't know which records are going to be stored. We could store certain ones here, but you're still going to have others that are older that are requested. And it's a matter of space and utilizing that space, because if somebody asks for all travels for Commissioner McDowell over the 8 years that you might be in service. Well, we might have 2 of those on site and the other 6 are off site. We could bring 2 more years here, but we're still going to have some that are off site that we have to go get.
Wouldn't it also be wise to just scan some of those documents too? Because
Time and money. It's not cheap to have somebody stand there and scan them and catalog them to make sure that you have it all. And I get the recommendation to scan certain documents.
Between somebody standing there and scanning it or hiring a company to scan it versus the retrieval back and forth, 2 or 3 times.
It's approximately $100 a box to scan records, and that's prepping, pulling staples, paper clips, and so.
And how much is it to bring back a box?
Not $100. If you're paying $100, that's too
No.
much.
I'd say it's probably about $30.
And that's to bring the box here, give us time to look through it, and then to bring it back per box.
It's hard to predict, as the city manager was saying, it's hard to predict what someone's going to request. What you can do is ensure that you're only sending things that we've agreed on should be stored, nothing that fits the scanning decision, and then we're regularly purging from storage as well.
At one point, we actually ran out of space in the closed records room where we store our on-site records. And I was having to send HR records off-site. And they're not really inactive records because they're terminated employees, but they might need their references. They might need medical information out of it. So I was having to bring those boxes back all the time. I made a decision that once the box came back, it was staying here. And they graciously allowed me last year, I was able to destroy 50 of their boxes. So it was a lot of employment application and selection records from back in the day when things were very busy and we were getting hundreds and hundreds of applications at a time. So getting rid of those 50 boxes in our closed records room gave us space for the HR records. So now when they request something and it's brought here, it stays here. I permit out from our off-site storage.
Just one follow-up question, based on the figures that were given for, if you scan a box of records, is there cloud charges that we have to pay for storage?
No, I don't think so. I believe not.
Depends where you store it. If you store it in the cloud, then you have certain cloud space that you have to pay for. If you store it on site or on a server, the servers cost money, and it depends how much they cost, how much they can hold. There's maintenance. Either way, there's a cost. It's a matter of which one's the most cost effective.
It seems to be most cost effective to just retrieve the box. So, all right, thank you.
All right, and we'll move on to see if Commissioner Hemmerich has anything. If not, then we're going to move on. Commissioner Hemmerich, are you good? Okay.
One question. Listening to this discussion, I'm getting the impression that we haven't really addressed this part of retention the way we should have, and that maybe the cost wouldn't have been as high if we had actually purged the things as we should have. Would that be a fair statement?
I would say that this exercise is going to highlight some deficiencies, and maybe you should have processed it this way. I'll also say that some of the issue with the storage cost is that you have a bad contract with a bad vendor. Access is a huge company, and the fact that your cost almost doubled.
More than doubled. Yeah.
Yes, there you go. So that highlights that there's an issue with the vendor, and there are other vendors. The problem is that in order to get your boxes out of these sites, you're going to have to pay fees. So there'll be a cost.
Pay them to get out and pay them to get back in.
You have permanent withdrawal fees, and so they almost have your records hostage, and that's just the business model of things. So.
But we really need to address retention and purging and
Absolutely,
destruction.
that's the recommendation that I have. You need to address these things. That every type of record needs to go through this exercise of asking these questions about what is the retention, can we dispose of it, and if it has a long-term retention, how are we going to preserve it? You have to ask those questions, and that's what that binder spells out. It lays out a foundation of the questions you need to ask for every record type: email, text messaging, social media, paper boxes, network drives. All of those things need to run through this process it's a process of determining retention and then the action that accompanies that specific retention.
So, yeah, I don't know if you're looking for direction, but one of the things that I've been hearing is we have a contract with this access that has tripled. Maybe it's time to do an analysis. How much is it to stop using access? It's done by PO. Maybe if there was a contract, maybe we need to investigate a new contract versus a PO and see if there's other fish in the sea and see what the analysis is to leave access and go to XYZ company. I really think it's in our interest to really look at that to help figure out a way to cut some of that cost. If that's possible, we're not gonna know if it's possible unless we do an analysis.
And I think that's a very reasonable suggestion, you know, to look around and see what's out there and see what
Yeah.
we can do. And, you know, moving forward in that direction.
I agree.
We have to have the whole thing, the whole story, not just, hey, XYZ company is gonna charge us this, and this is what Access said they'll do for a contract. We also need to find out, well, what's the cost gonna be, exit and entrance fees and stuff like that.
Total overall.
How much is it gonna be to retrieve a box? How much, you know, to have a PO, that's just silly.
So in this conversation, it sounds like we do have a consensus to do that, so if we could just take a look at that.
City manager, is that clear? Or-
Yes.
Yeah, should be. All right, and then I think the rest of it, you know, as the process moves forward, we'll have more information as we move forward. So wonderful. All right, sounds good. We'll move on to discussion regarding public records request policy and procedure. City manager, please introduce the item.
Actually, I'll turn this one over to the city clerk as well, as this is also hers.
IT available?
Yes, we can certainly get them here.
And city manager, I had asked if Mr. Fitzgerald was going to be present, and I'm wondering if he was still coming. Thank you very much.
He is here, and so is he.
He's here.
It's him back. He's back in back.
Okay. I don't see him, but okay, if you say he's here, he's here.
Yeah, he's
He's
there.
hiding.
She's gonna come down.
Oh, there he is, he's hiding.
Can't see through walls either.
Or people's heads, one or the other.
Okay, Heather Taylor, Deputy City Clerk. So we're going to go over the proposed public records request policy, and this policy ensures that we are compliant with Florida State statute. It is going to be the policy and the procedures, discusses the topics of readily available documents versus extensive requests and fees, and the buildup of the city clerk's office and the police department. We've had some issues with the police department and the city records being combined together, going through the GovQA, and that has been with the CGIS and FDLE compliance concerns. There's a separate network for the police department, so therefore they would put their documents into a separate computer, and our records tech would have to go to that computer to review them and make sure all the redactions were complete, and then switch back to her computer to fill the requests. And this kind of put a delay in the police department's request, because if she was on one computer working a request, she doesn't know what was coming into the police department computer to look at, so it caused a delay there. There are different types of recipient exemptions with the police department that we, in our department, wouldn't be totally knowledgeable of, which makes it more beneficial for the police department to handle those, and that is some things are exempt, only the victims can receive some things, you know, only certain people can receive some documents. They get walk-in requests, which would have to also come through our office, and although a person was at the window, they'd still have to wait for our records tech to see that request in there, review it, and say it was good to be released. And then there was delays in the request being reviewed. So this slide, the next two slides, just kind of went over the types of requests that would come into the police department and would go to the records manager, and then he'd have his record techs under him to help fill those. And then it showed what types of requests they would receive: the digital records, social media, their body-worn cameras and stuff like that. The city clerk's office would still get the same requests, and it would go to our records tech, and she sends those out to each department based on, she provides them an activity within GovQA to get any documents that they would have. And then it shows the type of, you know, emails, text messages, audio, video type of requests that she would receive. Right now, IT and the clerk's office have been working on the GovQA workflow modifications to allow the police department to receive their own requests and be able to fill those requests just within the police department and not have to come through the clerk's office. we had made a minor adjustment to allow for them to do their own redactions and then let us know, and then we were able to release the request in the meeting. It ensures that that PDF is ADA compliant. It goes through it to make it screen readable.
Were you wondering what that stands for?
Kind of both.
Was it optical character recognition? Basically, so the computer can, if you scan in a PDF document, it can either scan it as a picture or it can actually read the words on it, OCR, so it can read the words.
Character recognition.
It's for ADA.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
It's okay.
I had to catch
It's
it.
good. There's also the deflections that we can set up in GovQA, and this allows if somebody's putting in a public records request and they start type and they say ordinance, it will pop up and say, oh, I see you're looking for an ordinance that can be found here. And it would deflect them to where we would have the ordinance on the website, and that may help with the requests that we have come in. It also, if we had the public-facing requests, if it was a request that somebody else had already submitted previously, it can deflect them to that. Once we get the Laserfish folders, as I previously talked about, set up, and those are documents on there, the ordinance resolutions and the minutes, once we get that set up, it can deflect automatically to the Laserfish. Additional discussion items that I wanted to bring up, just based off of questions that I've received by commission and staff, is to determine whether we would like commission and staff requests for email searches to be a public records request, or if just because it's commission and staff, we can fill that request without any question and or fees, and also commission and staff requests to be copied on records requests that pertain to that particular person. I have had both commission and staff ask if they could be copied on requests that before them. If there's a public records request that came in for you, you just ask us ahead of time, can you make sure that we're copied on all of the responses you send out? And that's been asked by commission and staff. So just wanted to get group clarification as to what we should do to handle those. And that's it.
Yeah.
All right. I will admit, and I have made this very public, I am not happy one bit with GovQA. To me, we were sold a bill of goods, and now we're trying to recover. And a year ago, I asked somebody in this city hall to have the courage to say, nix GovQA, find a better way to do it, because this system is still not up and running. This system still has too many quirks in it. This system has way too many bugs in it, and it doesn't seem like it's going to get resolved anytime soon. So with that said, I still am looking for somebody to have courage to say, get rid of it.
In speaking with IT regarding the process to get GovQA implemented, there was a lot of questions that were put out that they did not feel that they had received the answers to, so they kind of just implemented the best way that they saw fit. We have been meeting and working on, we have been working on, fixing these things. We have set up the, priority of what we'd like to get done first, the police department, then the online payment, so we can work towards getting it where it needs to be.
But see, the online payments were supposed to be done at implementation. This forward-facing deflector thing that you called was supposed to be done at implementation. The payment online was supposed to be done at implementation. Those three things were told to us that will be done at implementation, and here we are, still not done. GovQA is almost 2 years old. It's been live for almost 6 months, and it still isn't being done. So now we're going to pay more money to do something we were told it would do.
We're not going to pay more money to set up the online payment and those type of things that I know of.
Well, you said
Just the OCR, that is an additional
Well, that's
thing
because
that-
it's ADA.
Yes. I can only go based off of what I have in front of me, because I wasn't here then.
I know,
And
I'm
can
not
tell
mad at you, I'm just mad at the entire process. We have an IT department that is supposed to be helping with this.
They have been very good. We're working hard to get it where it needs to be, and it will get there.
When?
It will. I cannot give you an exact time, but once we get this police department thing separated, and we go over the request policy today, we can move on to the online payment.
All right, so moving past what is now blatantly obvious and on the record for everybody, the police records. You have here 4 techs. It's my understanding 3.5 of them are full-time and 1.5 of them is a part-time. Is that correct?
Excuse me. Good morning. For the record, Rick Fitzgerald, Police Department Records Manager. Yes, ma'am, I have a part-timer.
Okay, so it's 3.5 full-time and one?
Three full-time and
Okay.
one part-timer, so 3.5. And I have another one in backgrounds right now.
So you're looking to hire one more?
Yes, ma'am, she's in backgrounds right now.
So then I go over to the little box that shows the different ways that you guys receive public records requests, and I see a few things missing. What about 911 calls? Do you guys get a request for 911 calls?
Pretty much daily, yes, ma'am.
Okay, because that's not on this box of lists.
Correct.
Off-site records, because the county does 911, do you get requests for the county information for 911 stuff?
Because the police department's a secondary PSAP, so the way it works is whenever someone calls 911, it goes immediately to the county. And then once the county determines that it's actually a Northport Police Department item, they forward it to our answering point, so to dispatch. So if someone asks us for, can I have the call segment from when I picked up the phone and dialed 911 to the county answered it, we request that for them from the county. And then we'll respond with the part from the time that the county transferred the call to us and our dispatcher picked up, so that's our segment of it.
So that's a record request that's also not in this box. What about like any audio or voicemails and?
Same thing.
Same thing. So those aren't, so there's additional things
Yes, ma'am.
besides the stuff that's in the box. That's where I was
Yes,
going
ma'am.
with that. All right, so now we're going to move over to the city records. It says in the middle section, city records and then records tech.
Yes.
Who is a records tech?
Records tech is Becca. She's our records tech, our public records tech.
So it's the public records tech 1?
Yes.
Okay. Because I didn't see a job description for records tech, so I wanted to make sure we're using the correct title, that's all. Okay, so it's public records tech 1 or 2?
Right now it's just a 1.
Okay. All right. So based on the conversation we had with Ms. Cynthia at the prior thing, all of these other departments, sounds like the plan is for those departments to do more.
Yes.
And that means that clerk's department is going to do less.
With public records requests, it's not the same as the records management. Two separate things. Public records requests, it will still come in through GovQA, hopefully, comes in through GovQA. Becca, our records tech, she will look it over and she assigns activities to each department, their records coordinator. And that records coordinator will search, see if they have records, and then reply back within the system and let Becca know, yes, we have these, it's going to take this amount of time. She sends the estimate out to the person if there is one. Everything will come and go through Becca. They will just upload their documents, if they have any, into GovQA, which is what they're currently doing.
Okay. But this records tech also has 3 people above her that can fulfill public records requests. The clerk, the deputy clerk, and the RMLO/Ms. Cynthia. Those 3 can also fulfill public records, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so it's not like she's on an island all by herself. She has people that are helping her fulfill public records requests as needed.
She has been on an island by herself, and if she's needed help, she's asked for it.
Okay.
Yes.
So while these records processes is for public records coming in, it also includes records that get destroyed or it's all part of the records management binder that we
Public
just...
records requests are part of records management. They're
Right.
separate, but it falls within records management.
Okay, so going back to this, all of these departments are going to be picking up a little bit more responsibilities.
For records management, yes. Records requests, no.
Okay.
Same thing that they've been doing.
So let's say, I don't know, there's a public records request for HR. All applications for whatever position that were sent in from 6 months ago for this open position. Walk me through the process, please.
It comes in through GovQA, if that's how they submit it. Becca looks at it, it automatically sends an email out to the customer, lets them know we received it. She will put an activity for HR, asking them if they have any records, and then they will reply. If it's gonna take an extensive period of time, they tell us how long it's gonna take so we can send the estimate out and get approval for it. If not, they will just upload their documents that they have in there, and then Becca reviews them to make sure there's nothing that needs to be redacted. If there is, she redacts it, and then it will go out to the customer. So the departments are gathering the information and putting it into the system.
So it
Becca's
sounds-
the person who is taking the request, putting it out to the departments, and communicating with the customer.
So if I came into HR and made this request in person, and I said, hey, I'll wait for it, sounds like we're back to the same problem at the police
If
department.
it's that's why we have to develop readily available documents. We're going to develop what we believe are readily available documents. So if somebody comes to a window and they want a permit, if building has that permit right there, they can provide it.
So HR gets a notice from Becca that it says, hey, we need this. HR then says, yes, we have it, no, we don't, or it's gonna cost X amount of dollars. Sends it back to Becca. Becca then says to the customer, the citizen, hey, it's gonna cost X amount of dollars. The citizen then says yes or no.
Yes.
And then goes back to HR to get fulfilled, then goes back to Becca to be processed and sent out.
Yes.
That sounds like a total inefficient way of doing this. Why doesn't HR just fulfill it itself? They know what the redactions are, they know what the costs are. Why don't they just do it themselves?
Because they're not an administrator, and within the GovQA, you can't have every department be an administrator within your system either. That's going to
But
cause a mess.
GovQA, from what I'm understanding, is just the hub, the main focus. So they send it out to HR. HR fulfills it and then just lets them know it's done. Why can't we do that?
Who's going to monitor it?
The person who sent it out? I don't know. This is what I'm
Becca,
asking.
GovQA provides monitoring, so you'll know, she'll send it to the HR, we'll just say HR, and they have 2 days to reply, if that's what they're given, is the 2 days. Becca's monitoring to make sure she's receiving those documents. There have been times where those documents weren't received and it was missed, and it was brought to our attention, hey, this has, been outstanding for a little while here, let's look and see, and it was just an oversight that another department didn't remember that it was in there. It's an oversight.
Somebody has to manage the process.
Yeah, if you want to make sure the public records requests are being answered, you can't.
Okay, but it seems, from what I'm hearing, is the exact same thing with these 10 departments as the problems with those 10 departments that the police department has and has already identified.
I don't understand.
The police department has already identified for them to receive the public records request, send it to Becca for being the hub. Becca sends it back and says, hey, here it is, I'll fulfill it. They send it to Becca for clearing. Becca says it's okay and then sends it back. It's just was an inefficient way that the police department's already recognized that now is being perpetrated and continued on all of the other departments.
A department with an actual records department other than the city clerk. Nobody else in the city has records professionals like the police department does.
Okay.
So they already have a whole division of their department that their sole job is records management.
We heard earlier that Miss Cynthia said each one of these departments is going to have a coordinator that will be.
It's not their job.
They have a
That's not their
liaison
job.
that
It's
is in other duty as assigned. I didn't hire an accountant in finance to do records. We didn't hire a wastewater treatment plant operator to do records. None of these people are records professionals. It's one thing to go to a shelf and pull 10 documents off, scan them in and say, here's the response. It's another to understand everything about the records law, what needs to be redacted, what's proper responses, all those other things. That's what we have a city clerk's office for. And we also have records professionals in the police department because they have very specialized requirements that nobody else has.
Okay. So how is it tracked that if you have 2,000 records requests, not counting PD, going through the city clerk's office, how is it tracked that HR received 1,000, IT received 2? City clerk received 50. Is it broken down by department as to who?
It says on there who the assignments are to, the activities. Becca can see all the activities, who there are, because sometimes a request will come in and it's not just HR. One part of it will go to HR, another part will go to the city attorney, so there are all the activities that are on there.
So is it tracked that HR has this 1,000 requests?
Do you know if there's a report that you can do for that?
Or is it all have like Becca's name on it?
No, because sometimes it's assigned to somebody else. When I'm not busy, if something came in, like an email came to me, I just input it in there and assign it to myself, and I fill it myself. So if it's assigned to somebody, she can select that person on the drop down. If it's assigned to Cynthia, she selects Cynthia.
All of mine still show city clerk here as well.
That's because it's not set up yet.
Okay, so currently it is showing all of it is Becca.
Currently, it'll show city clerk Q when it first comes in,
Okay.
even police department, because right now it's not separated. You haven't approved that yet.
That was all part of the GovQA at the beginning.
It's in the policy today.
But this is what GovQA was told to us that it would do from the get-go. And it's now 4 items that it's not doing, that needs to be resolved.
Commissioner Luke? You're up.
I echo the sentiment, GovQA was fed to us as going to be putting things out that we are still working on, so that is a disappointment. I will state again, you cannot roll something like this out without a project manager. I feel bad for Becca. Low man on the totem pole, and she was the one that had to go in when she wasn't trying to fulfill record requests to try to figure out GovQA with IT. It wasn't the city clerk, it wasn't the deputy clerk, it wasn't the RMLO. It was the low man on the totem pole going in trying to do this work. It's not right. There should have been a project manager, and management and administration should have been in this from the very beginning. With that being said, I appreciate Heather. She is stepping up. She is correcting some of this stuff that has been done incorrectly. And I feel better about watching this process go on. I wish it could hasten. I wish we could see some of these things that we thought we were going to be seeing. I wish they could come sooner. But I believe Ms. Heather is learning some of the stuff that only Becca has been doing. And so we've got two people at least working on this. PD, I feel sorry for them. Wow. I mean, this takes us history to 2014 when it was all put on the clerk's department and the commission's up there. This is on you. You do this. You're in charge of that. And the PD has their own system and they work it beautifully. So they're looking at this GovQA that hasn't even been spit out to them properly. So many things. I went and visited them, and I believe several of the others did too. The system that they're trying to work with is just, oh goodness, it is horrible. It bogs them down, it slows them up. The implementation of some new software for them is going to assist them. But the issues that they face, because GovQA hasn't even rolled to their section yet, has got to be frustrating, especially when they worked like a well-greased machine before. And here comes this cog right in the middle and throws you all awry. Communication, I don't know if it's been where it needed to be between the two offices, or because I don't think they really knew that their section of GovQA wasn't finished yet. So they're looking at this project coming through and trying to do stuff. It's just, it's caused some issues. How we get on track, I hope this meeting helps the communication. There are these things that the public needs because of transparency and the requests, and they were expecting this to be rolled out 2 years ago also. Well, it was announced 2 years ago, but when the rollout came, they were expecting this to happen too. So they're disappointed. Mr. Lear, I know you're chief in charge. I don't know where you go orchestrating the staff with this project at this point, but I do hope this meeting and the communication helps to assist, and I know Heather has been working extremely hard trying to get the clerk's end in place, alleviating some of the things that Becca has been doing solely. I mean, I remember times that we asked up on the dais, what about GovQA? Why hasn't it rolled out? Well, we're working with IT. No, we weren't working with IT. Becca was working with IT. And she only had a certain amount of time when she get her work was done that she could go. It was done improperly. Do I think GovQA is a good product? When it's being used the way it's supposed to, it's extremely successful in other municipalities. I don't know why it has to be a failure in Northport. I think we're a little bit better than that. If it's successful in other municipalities, I think we're smart enough to figure it out and conquer it ourselves. I think there needs to be a lot of discussion between the PD and the clerk's office when it comes to the implementation. Actually, if I was police department, I wouldn't want it. I really wouldn't, because they greased the machine and it was executed. But when you look at the features that GovQA has, this deflections that's being talked about, that's something that the public wants. They want to be able, when they make a request, that it doesn't bog down through a system, but bing, right there, it pops up. Somebody had already asked that question. So here it is being fulfilled, and we're not even having to put the time into it. So even in the police department, that would be helpful. So after all of my soapbox talking, speaking of the deflections, how far back would they go? Because I believe GovQA right now is only holding 30 days, correct? And then it kind of wipes off.
No, I believe it's only 30 days for items that have exemptions on it. Is that correct? For,
We have not purged any data out of the GovQA system.
but being visible to the public.
She probably needs to come up.
You gotta come up here if you're gonna talk.
You mean items that are visible to the public? Is that what you're asking?
Well, the deflection, I mean, right now, I believe I saw 30 days worth of requests that I could visibly see, but this deflection may go back further, and so I'm wondering how far back will it throw that request question?
It goes based off, I believe it goes based off of the items that you put as public. So if you submit a request and we check it to be public, then when somebody else does their request, it'll pop up because it'll see those keywords.
And that will last for, somebody asked the question a year ago, it pops it back
If it's a
up.
public, if it's public facing.
If it's tagged
I
the
believe
same
it should.
way, so a lot of.
Parameter driven.
Please state your name for the record.
I'm sorry, Catherine Johnston, Business Systems Analyst in the IT Division.
So how you label it, categorize it, that criteria is extremely important then for it to be able to execute its job well then.
Correct. The deflection, the way it was intended to be set up is that it would be controlled by the city clerk staff, who is familiar with all the laws and ramifications. They would flag it for deflection if it did not have concerns related to either ADA or redactions or those types of things. The amount of time we maintain documents out on the system is something that we will work through. That is a parameter-driven configuration, so we do have different options on that. I will mention that at the time we set up the system, the police department did make a conscious decision not to use deflection for their documents due to the sensitivity of the nature and the concern that we did not want to have any typos, so to speak, and somebody releasing something inadvertently. But the system does have the similar logic for internal staff. If something is coming up as a request, we can set it up so that they can also be prompted and say, oh, you've already done this and this is what those documents were.
So when the police department declined the deflection category, let's say somebody wanted to know how many accidents had been over on Price Boulevard in the last 3 years. That's just a number, a category. Would that not pop up for deflection also?
The decision at the time of implementation was that no PD released documents would be made public
Okay.
up front. They would have to go through the request process. Whether they choose to re-examine that is something certainly open for discussion as we work through this next stage.
I understand the caution on their part because it's very sensitive material that generally that they deal with, but something as simple as how many accidents or how many incidences like that occurred, I can see tagging that one as public so that it would pop up, but those decisions I think would be left to them.
More information for that.
Mike Bote with the police department. I think one of the reasons that we opted out, and this was before I'm here, but even looking at it post decision to go to the product, was there are certain things that may be releasable to one party but not another. For example, a 911 call. The caller themselves have access to certain information in a 911 call, but the neighbor down the street may not. So it's a little bit harder for a one-size-fits-all. There is certainly those categories where it would be, but then we start really, every time you start making the process harder and harder, that's where you start running into mistakes being made and information being released to somebody whenever it shouldn't. Because now you got different parties at different ends. Well, does this person get this? Does this person not? And I think that's where we start potentially running afoul of releasing stuff that we shouldn't release. So that's why we didn't do it. Also with our current software, even the software we're looking to go to that, some of you have been over to look at, we're going to be putting a lot of the common information out there to the public anyways, such as that statistical item like you just referred to, some of the stuff that we commonly see, accidents, burglaries in certain areas, crime trends. A lot of these things are stuff that we know the public may be interested in, that we can make that available. And that's what our discussion's been going forward, using technology to inform the public even more. We already do it, of course, in social media with certain things, but going forward, we want to identify those categories that are commonly requested and hopefully make those available to where the stuff that is open to the general public.
Okay. My next question then would be, does the police department have to use GovQA?
Well, the short answer to that is nobody has to. The city chose to buy that software.
I mean, was it specifically designed for the police department to be added onto it, or?
Could I please?
But of course.
When GovQA was presented to us, we specifically asked about CJIS compliance, and we were told absolutely it's CJIS compliant, only to find out months and months later that it is not. So that's why they can't really even use GovQA, because it's not CJIS compliant.
So are we tasking ourselves with something that really isn't worth tasking ourselves for? Do we need to refine GovQA for this city hall and then allow them the new software and the way that they're doing it currently to work within their system? And there be a communication between the two? Because definitely there needs to be a log, that's captured.
Keep the log. That's the law, that we keep the log.
Exactly. So the communication of the log, but to have them, it just seems fruitless to me.
Captain Bote.
If I can speak on that too as well. I think when we looked at GovQA here again, before I was here, obviously the city needed a system to build track records, and I think everybody would agree to that. GovQA does do a lot of what we're seeking. The police department was obviously a unique animal because our current software, and even the software we're looking at, already does those features. Even the public making a request online, the record keeping, the logging to where we can print those logs of who made the request, or even if it's anonymous. So we were already able to accomplish that. So the software didn't fix a problem for us. We already had a solution to it. What it's done is made it cumbersome. We're doing the work twice now of the entry. Going forward, I could see, if the commission agreed, of us not using the GovQA, using our current software, even the one we're proposed to go to, because both those have logging of public records. We could certainly provide those to the clerk's office for a master log, and that could be weekly, monthly, whatever process that the commission and the city manager's office deemed would be an appropriate method, along with consultation with the clerk. If I can bring up one more thing, and I'm sorry, Commissioner, is the other concern I do have is the security aspect of it. So obviously with GovQA, it's a cloud-based product. And one of the concerns I have is in the user agreement with GovQA is the third-party information.
I forgot about that.
And then the other part I have with that is, besides that company, and nobody can really tell me as far as what they give or even who those third parties are, is the cookies are placed. So we make the public, even if you're anonymous, go online, log into GovQA, even if you're anonymous, but they place a cookie on your computer. Well, that's for tracking purposes. And they even mention Google AdWords right in their EULA agreement. So it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out they're making money both on the government customer, but also on selling the information of our citizens that are logging in to GovQA to file a public records request of what your internet activity is on that computer, what browser you're using. They're able to put ads that are going to show up. That's the whole purpose behind Google AdWords. It's no different than Google providing an email to you for free. Well, they're going to make money on tracking it.
Scoot up when you're talking to Amber. Because you're on the microphone.
You gotta be on, everybody who's speaking has to be on the microphone to be on the record.
Oh, I don't know if I was talking loud enough.
I thought he was speaking up.
Sorry.
I wouldn't assume that, considering people can't hear us when we talk into it, so.
So I think from our perspective, our software, we know doesn't do cookies because it can't. Otherwise, it would never pass the FDLE and FBIC just requirements. So we don't have those cookie requirements. So when a citizen makes a request, we have all the features pretty much that a GovQA already does in-house, especially with the software we're looking to go to, but without those security risks and without putting our citizens at risk of being tracked for who knows what purposes and what third parties are actually getting that information. And that's what my concern would be. Going forward with that. Plus storage of records. We don't have the same issues. We basically are an electronic shop. We scan things, so where we can save those on local servers. We could go cloud-based. We're starting to use Microsoft. The city gets a lot of cloud space for free based on our account with Microsoft. That's plenty for all of our scanned records. Actually, probably enough for all the city's records.
Commissioner Luke, can I move on to Commissioner? After I see if Commissioner Imrich has something, and then we'll do follow-ups.
No, I'm absorbing all this information. Good stuff.
Commissioner McDowell, you have your comment?
If we were to say the police department doesn't have to use GovQA for the various reasons that you stated that make complete sense, does the police department do their own records management of disposing of records, of, off-site? Do you guys ship boxes over for us to go to access?
No, we're able to store everything locally, and we've been in a process of, and I think a lot of agencies struggle with this, as cloud storage became more and more available, you're seeing more government entities, and I've witnessed this both on the state level and county level, where we started scanning documents ourselves because cloud storage became so cheap, or in our case, with the city, with our contract with Microsoft, we already have terabytes and terabytes of free space to use. I don't need to use an offsite provider. So we already have that availability to store records. It comes down to how long is it going to go take us to do the back stuff. I can tell you that if you've been over our department, Rick's shop there has scanned a lot of the records already, and we're going to go forward and still continue to make all those electronic. I don't have to worry about paying a company such as Iron Mountain or any of the others out there. There's a host of companies that are all in that space. There's more and more emerging in the government space. They're even scanning the files for you, as I know was previously mentioned, but the electronics is really where it's going because of the backup. You're not worried about records being torn, destroyed, the climate controlled access places, or the van delivering the records to you and catching fire, the whole myriad of potential issues that really could happen. With your cloud, those are backed up usually in more than one server location, such as we're doing here within the government. You look at city, we have servers here and a backup data center that's at the county data center, to where something catastrophic happens here, then we have those records. Cloud works in much that same manner.
Well, to help move this along, Mayor, I'd like to see if we can get a consensus to allow this Northport Police Department to operate their own public records system and not use GovQA.
We'll do that at the end. Let me go through and make sure everybody has follow-ups.
I think it would be, correct me if I'm wrong, but wouldn't we have to create the policy for that because it's in the code that?
That the city clerk is responsible for
Yes.
all records. That's how we got to where we are.
Yeah.
Is Commission directed us to do what we're doing.
And I understand that, but I wasn't quite finished, so if you want to go ahead and then I'll come.
Well, if you want to finish up with.
I didn't know if you wanted.
With discussion he's talking about.
Yeah, and then we'll come back to the consensus, just make sure you have a note of what you want to do there.
Okay, well, because we still have to talk about the actual policy and we still have to talk about the actual procedure, so I was trying to segue into that, so
Well, let's talk about that. Then if Commissioner Luke, you have anything else to follow up with? What we're discussing?
I think we're headed in a better direction. Policy does need to come along. I think there was wrong interpretation also in the policy that we have currently. And I'll take some of that blame myself too, because of the way that I read it and the ignorance that I had about how the police department and their records functioned. So gathering all this information, I think we are at a place where we need to have that policy maybe not changed, but tweaked to where a wrong interpretation doesn't come about.
Explain better.
Exactly. And that we understand that the police department has their own records department, but it still falls under the clerks. That's where that communication comes into play, where, you know, at the end of the week or end of the day, end of the month, whatever, it's that communication is there because the authority given by the state, the way I understand it, falls to the city clerk.
Not just the state, it's also by charter. And
Well, that's where we ran into that policy thing going on, where it's like, yeah.
If I can bring up another thing real quick, and you're exactly right, obviously things have to flow through a clerk's office. I'll give you an example on a state basis of how we accomplish this, because it's a big animal. When I was at the Attorney General's office, a lot of court filings, a lot of paperwork, all that had to be clerked in at the clerk's office. They're the master of all the different records, whether it be criminal, civil cases, all those things, and the Attorney General handled a myriad of those. What the clerk's office in each and every county that had a clerk, all 67, is they deputized people in our offices as deputy clerks. That way we clerked all the paperwork. It saved them time and energy as well, but there was that accountability. The paperwork still had to go to the clerk's office, or in certain counties we were able to maintain those files there locally, but clerks' numbers were issued and so forth. So there was a process that was set up. If in fact we deem that that is an alternative, of course, I'm sure we would work hand in glove and provide them records, logs that they need for any type of audits and inspections. We don't want to run afoul of any charter, but I think we can get creative much the way the state did and actually accomplish the goals of what we want to accomplish.
Thank you.
Commissioner McDowell? Or Commissioner Amish, did you have anything?
Do you want to do that consensus for the PD now, or do you want to wait until I don't know.
Well, I think, I'd rather wait till we're completely done and we can go through
I
those
think what
things.
you're recommending would be,
Yeah,
would
be part
impact
of
what's in the
this.
policy anyway, because it
Right.
would change some of the stuff that we
That's
put
what
in
I'm
there, I
saying. I
believe.
think it might be better to wait
Well,
till-
how did we come about saying that the police had to use GovQA? Because we need to undo that.
I think it was just in a meeting, wasn't it?
It was just a statement in a meeting that by a former commissioner that the city clerk is responsible for all records requests, therefore they all needed to go through the city clerk. I know I stated at the meeting what that was going to cause, which was just recently rectified by your interim clerk with a memo that she and I sent out to all of you. She drafted very nicely that basically said, you have somebody coming in, they want a document that's sitting right here, I can go make a copy of it, but based on the direction that we got from the commission, they can't anymore. They had to literally, I'll make a copy, I'll send it over to the city clerk's office, you can pick it up there, which was government inefficiency at its best, but that is what we were told we would have to do. So that's what we did. And this, one of the biggest instances that impacted negatively was the police department. So we're like, nope, we want the police department to be part of this. So if you want that undone, you need to undo it the same way you did it, which is tell us.
I think that's where a
That's where I was
consensus to
going with
undo
the
that, then
consensus.
we can discuss policy from that
Just
then.
not to be disrespectful of the commission, we in essence sent you a memo that I would just refer to, that how inefficient, the unintended consequence of how inefficient that was and what it was causing specifically for media requests, that we were going to temporarily suspend doing that because it was causing more issues than, but what we need for you all is to probably tell us that you're okay with the fact that we suspended what you told us to do.
Well, I want to take it one step further and just not even have Northport PD involved with GovQA. I mean,
Couldn't we include that in the policy?
Yeah, that's gonna be part of the policy part.
Because right now, I think it says
Like-
the public records request system. I don't even think it specifies
Right.
GovQA, and I wrote it.
And that's why I was
but I don't know what it
waiting
says.
for anything to address there.
I doubt a policy, any good policy wouldn't create a specific name, just like when I do policies, I don't put people's names in them. It's normally a position is responsible for something. We're not gonna put a software name in a policy because that software could get bought out by XYZ company next week and therefore the policy is worthless.
And I totally agree with that. But as it was stated by the commission for them to follow, I think we need to undo that.
Yes, that's
One thing we do need is for you all to state that you're okay with the memo that was sent out, that we've suspended the way we're doing it. That I think would be a simple consensus, because I think based on the fact that nobody said they were opposed to the memo that was sent out.
what date was that memo sent out, for the record? Do
We
you know?
we were
It's
at
when y'all were-
conference.
Yeah, I was gonna say y'all were
Yeah,
all
we were
gone.
at conference.
Yeah, I
I think so.
I think it was in August of this year. But it was creating a big problem.
So we're all good with,
Yeah.
doing what the city manager did, listen to that memo.
Suspending it and not having PD use GovQA.
Well, we're gonna suspend it, yeah, we're gonna suspend it, and then later we're gonna deal with that through the policy.
So what exactly are you suspending, city manager?
Direction that all public.
Those requests have to be fulfilled by the city clerk's office.
So in that statement, I saw we have a consensus. Yes, okay. So we have a consensus to do that. What I want to do is I want to take about a 15-minute break, and then we'll come back and we'll address the rest of this.
You're not leaving, are you guys?
I'm coming back, but,
No, this break was for you.
no, I don't, but I've been feeling like shit all morning.
Great.
It's because they stuck a It's not because of anything that you can catch.
Are we ready? All right, we are back. We're still on item 190933. Commissioner McDowell.
Yeah, I don't know if we've cleared everything up as far as GovQA and the Northport Police Department. I guess we need to go into the policy part of it. We have a policy. And now we have a new policy that's being recommended is the draft policy that starts, I don't know how else to, except show you.
Yes, that.
Thank you. Because it doesn't say it. I just wanted to make sure that my notes. So the first thing is extensive request. And I know that at one point it was, why is this echoing? Or is it just me?
No, it's not going. Okay.
I remember that
They're not back there, that's why.
the request was for about 30 or 60 minutes, and I don't remember what it was prior to it being changed to 50.
I believe it was 30.
30. I am a big fan of putting it back to the 30 minutes. I'm even a fan of putting it to an hour because of the time that is spent to send out the estimate, get the deposit, go downstairs to pay that deposit, get the receipt, then proceed with the actual records request. You've spent more time than to just give the hour. That's where I'm going with it. It's just, again, inefficiencies. And I don't think there's that many records requests that take more than, half hour or an hour. I don't know, what is the average records request take? Thank you.
Please come up to the microphone. Restate your name for the record.
Becca Clifford, Public Records Tech City Clerk Department. Average request, I would say, takes about 15 minutes.
About 15 minutes.
Anything more than that, you're talking extensive, and usually that would be an hour or more. Most that we see taking or assumed to take 15 minutes could take 20, 25, but by the time we reach 15, we might as well finish it because it's going to be quick. So I would say the average is about 15, depending on the class.
So maybe we could just split it instead of like it was before the 30 minutes, and then I was suggesting going to 60, just going down to 45 minutes, and just having it be a 45 minutes for a public records request. Because again, the cost and time that's spent for staff to go downstairs, once they receive a deposit, because you can't do it online, you've spent that much time anyways.
I think the half hour, going to the half hour the way they had it previously is the best. They are going to be getting this so they can pay online. Right now they do have to walk down and up and all this kind of stuff. So if it's 15 minutes to capture it, it gives them 15 minutes to walk somebody down. If it's more than that, that is cutting into the regular routine of the staff. So I think 30 minutes is adequate.
Ms. Taylor, I thought you looked like you wanted to say something.
Oh, no, I didn't. I was just listening.
Can we get consensus then to change it to the 30 minutes?
Yeah, I agree with the 30.
Consensus.
All right, so we're at 30 minutes. Using that draft, so it's my understanding if you go to procedures, section 3B, readily available documents. I guess we need to clarify, you're looking for some direction on what readily available documents are?
We were going to get with the departments and determine what readily available documents are, because some departments will have permits as their readily available documents that are right there, and create a list.
All right.
So you'll get those.
So will that list be brought back to us when we have this ordinance or a resolution, however that's gonna be captured and changed? Is that
I don't think
gonna-
the readily available documents are going to be included in here. That's going to be more of a procedure in-house, and we will review it with the departments throughout the year to ensure that these are still the same readily available documents.
Okay. And there was I have a note here, is each department keeping a log of their requests, or are we just gonna strictly go through the GovQA?
They're going to go through GovQA, and then any readily available documents that they get in, they just have to send that notice to the public records request email of what they received, what they provided, just so that we have that log
Okay,
of what they're giving out.
go through the steps of what you just said.
So if
I have
somebody
a
comes to
readily
the window,
available-
then I will just provide that information, what request I received, and what I provided to the person. They'll provide it to Becca through the public records request email.
Okay. And I have to really go
They can
through
also
baby
input it
steps?
into GovQA, but we just haven't gotten that far yet.
Okay, so the reason why I'm going through these baby steps is because we've been told so many times, this is what'll happen, only to find out that's not capable. So if a citizen goes down to the building department and says, hey, I need a permit, it's a readily available document, they give them that copy of the permit. So then the staff person would have to email Becca and say, hey, Becca, I just gave citizen blah, 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 permit number, blah, 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 enter this into GovQA. And Becca then has to put it into GovQA,
We
or
are-
whoever is the public records.
Yes, they can do it that way. They can send the email to her, or they can input it into GovQA, correct?
So
They have ability to input into GovQA themselves.
So if the staff person puts it into GovQA themselves, they can mark it opened and closed and fulfilled all at the same time?
Yes.
Okay.
No.
No, not the way you currently have it set up. She's
Not
the
the way
only
it's
one that can
currently
do
set
the
up.
full release, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, but the way we were directed.
And this is why I
this
wanted to
is
go
not
through
how
the
it
baby
was set
steps.
up. Yes, currently how it is set up is all requests are closed through the city clerk's department. Every department has points of contact and have been trained how to enter or create a request within the system. With them doing that, there's been some parameters as far as, and it actually has not been done yet by other departments. Most of them have come directly to me or to GovQA. But they have the ability to enter a request and attach the documents that they have provided, and then it would just be in the system. And it would, a matter of notifying me or staff, city clerk staff, that it was walk-in and fulfilled. So then we would just close it out.
So what is preventing the staffer from opening, closing, fulfilling it through GovQA?
That has to do with our security profile rights.
What's that mean?
Because the more things you open up to individual staff, the more things they're able to do within the request. If it can be as simple as opening, closing, I too have done that, but I have access rights to do that. If we are opening it up for all the employees to have full access to the system, we are now opening it up so each department can then see, review, potentially delete things that they ought not to.
So it's basically redundancy. Even though the city clerks, the city clerk is keeping the records, the staff person is emailing Becca, and then Becca has to then put everything in.
It's no
GovQA.
different than prior to GovQA, an email was sent to Katie, or whoever the city clerk was, saying what records that you received.
And then those records or that email would then have to be logged into the Word, or the log, the Excel spreadsheet, whatever we had. And then we had to put it in a file and save it.
It's normal practice for other municipalities. They do it as
It's
well. Anybody who gets the records
accountability.
request, they're supposed to provide that information to the clerk's office. So that is normal procedure.
I understand.
We just want
I-
to track
I-
it through GovQA, so we
I'm
take that
just
extra
also
step.
seeing it as redundancy and doing the job twice and trying to create a better efficiency. That's all I'm trying to get a handle on, so thank you.
And if I might, I believe GovQA would be more efficient in that respect. I mean, I understand it's a little bit more work where a staffer has to send an email and say, this is what we did. But essentially, we were either making them keep a log or send us an email anyway. On our end, we had to have the email, log it, and then create a file to save it. In GovQA, all I'm doing is creating, I can attach the email right to it as the completed product, because that's what they sent to us, and then close out the record.
So in 3B, it says each records coordinator will use the GovQA system to track, respond, and coordinate the delivery of requested records.
Each department has a point of contact, which they have been identified as the records coordinator for their department. So if we get a records for building department for a permit, there are a few of the staffers in that department who are trained to gather those records and utilize GovQA to attach those records to the system to complete their activity.
For that 3B though, since it does have GovQA in there, we should change it to system so that it allows the police department to use theirs.
Right.
Right.
I don't know what language you would want to change that to.
I think just take out the GovQA. I think that's what they identified in that last session,
Yeah.
just so it wasn't.
Records request
Record-
management
record
system.
system.
Yeah.
Record system.
So are we good with that, Commission? Okay, so there's a consensus to do so.
Cost and time estimate. So this is number 4. The city clerk or designee will notify the requester of receipt of extensive requests for public records, blah, blah, blah. Will Northport PD also have to go through this process?
It's extensive, yes.
So,
If somebody asks for something, it's gonna take us 8 hours to put together, like, a prime example would be a body camera video. Those have to be heavily redacted, they take a lot of time to do. And yes, we would charge people for that.
okay, so with the system that the PD could currently use or is looking to use, I think it's Pro Phoenix. Is this creating a new redundancy then? Because if they have to go through the city clerk's office.
No.
That's what I just asked, and he said
Well,
yes, they
city
do.
clerk or designee, and my memo authorized them as a designee,
Okay,
so they can handle their own estimates. They
I
don't- It
thought
doesn't
you
have
meant
to
as
go
far
through
as actually
GovQA.
providing an estimate, so, yeah, because we're going to charge people if it's extensive. I thought that was where your question was on the cost and charging people, not on having to go through the clerk's office. But we already addressed that.
so if the police department gets a request for body camera, it's gonna take 8 hours. They can handle everything themselves, from informing the citizen, this is gonna cost X amount of dollars for 8 hours a time. They can get the deposit, they can log that they received the deposit, then they can go ahead and fill it, and if it turns out to be 9 hours, they can get the additional monies.
Correct.
All through the police department, thank you. All right. This inactivity on letter C, I'm wondering, what does the Florida state statute say about inactivity? Because I don't want to open ourselves up to a can of worms here.
And this is not closing it, just so you know, correct? It's not closing it, it's just putting it on an inactive status for us to where it's not going to continuously show her that there's an open public records request that we haven't filled.
Okay, so why would we keep that for a year? That isn't
Retention
a
purpose.
really long
It's
time.
retention. Correct me if I'm wrong, Michael, but all public records requests, it has a year retention from after the last date that that person communicated about it.
But if we're just talking about inactivity, of where you say, hey, we need a deposit of $12, and we don't hear anything, why would we keep that on a log for a year? I understand we have to keep the record.
It was his idea.
But why not just 60 days? Because
So, make sure everybody can hear me. So, the Florida's retention, Michael Golan, for the record, Assistant City Attorney. The Florida's retention schedule requires that those requests have a 1-year retention schedule. I have to use the same words over and over again. So, in order to help avoid those things fall between the cracks and getting forgotten about, it was recommended to keep them on the log or some kind of, I don't know if the program allows for a reminder or tickler or something so those things don't get forgotten about. And, you know, a year goes by, no contact's made, you forget that these requests have been made, and then someone says, or my request, I want my records, and you get into legal trouble there. So that's why you don't, where you keep them, as long as you don't lose track of them, is really the issue.
The system will still have it, even if it changes to closed with no communication from them. GovQA still maintains it. It's just going to be in a closed status. Inactive is just ones that we're waiting on something, and that was the agreed time frame.
It just, I saw a year and I'm like, holy cow, that's a long time to have to keep track of something. So I appreciate the follow-up. So on fees, number 5A, we're changing that also to 30 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Based on the last consensus. So in number 2, I understand the state statute goes to 8.5 by 14 and how much is this and how much is that. But we have a fee schedule. Why don't we just put as per our fee schedule? Why do we spell it out in this policy? Because what if the state statute changes and we don't update this? I'm just wondering, why not just put it to the fee schedule?
Okay.
Actually, I like it in
Like it in here or in the fee schedule?
Because it's already in the fee schedule and it's here.
There's pros and cons to both approaches. When it's here, then you don't get the complaints of people, well, I have to go find a separate document to find out how much it is. Con to having it here and the fee schedule is if you change one and not the other, then you have 2 conflicting rates, and which one do you choose? My recommendation would be to put it one place or the other. I don't care whether you put it here or you put it in the fee schedule, but to have it both increases the likelihood for an error.
The reason I like it here is if they have to forward somebody an answer telling them, this is the policy, here's the policy, it's all right there. They don't have to send a policy and an attachment of the fee schedule.
I'm not so, I mean, it doesn't, like I say, it doesn't have to be in the fee schedule or here. I just, my recommendation is one or the other, so that because we've had more than once where it's somewhere in the, there's a fee somewhere in the code, and it's also in the fee schedule, and only one gets updated. So if you want it here, which I don't disagree with, then we're going to change the fee schedule in the future. It says refer to this code, or refer to this policy.
Policy.
I think
We
these
have
are
a con-
statutory fees anyway.
Huh?
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
statutory.
I don't think we've gone beyond what the statute permits anyway. so-
Right. So we'll put it in the policy according to consensus that I see.
So how much do we charge for an 11 by 17 paper? If we're going to put these fees in here, we got to make sure we're including everything. How much is an 11/17? How much is a color copy? How much is?
I don't believe the policy itself.
It says that because such as the CD is going to be what we paid for the CD or thumb drive. I think right now we're charging people, is it $2 or something?
$2.62
Yeah.
for thumb drive. And that's just at cost.
I'm just wondering.
And that can change. It depends on how
You
much
know,
we paid
at
for
cost
the.
allows the
Yeah.
flexibility, for whatever material you're putting it on.
Which I think makes it perfect for this
Exactly.
policy, because it'll just scale up whatever the cost. And then you're
I
always
just-
changing something.
I'm just afraid that if by chance Ms. Becca's not here and somebody else is telling them the cost, that the entire department knows what those exact costs are.
Yes.
That's just the concern that I had. That's all I have right now.
Commissioner Lou? Commissioner Lou?
I want to flip back to what we were doing with city records and who all is under the records check. I mean, I need to know as the commissioner, the process that I need to do when I'm given a records request too. So I think there needs to be a little box for commission under there too, just to.
This is more, shows that there's the public records tech, and then each department that has a records coordinator underneath of them that she will communicate with to fill those records requests.
Please don't forget us.
We won't forget
Because
you.
when we're going through all that, I need to know, because I get record, the record requests, and I need to know the process. And if I answer that myself and provide what they've asked for, I need to know the system of how to get it into that log also.
I personally will say that in speaking to the city attorney, Slayton, our city clerk's kind of, it alleviates some of that issue of something wrong, something not right. So if I get that, I typically say the city clerk is the keeper of records, and I forward that, and I tag the city clerk in it, and in that way, everything stays in one spot. So you're not dealing with issues.
I've had them where it's a gamut of information. So I also send it to Mr. Lear because that's his staff they're questioning, and also to the clerk's office.
So you're looking for a definition of what is public record request and what is just informational.
Yeah, I'd like that too.
Because information is different.
Yeah, and it's different ball of wax too. I thought I saw a discussion of the readily available not being considered a public record request, if I was understanding what it was saying, and no.
It's still a records
Okay,
request.
good,
It's just
good.
handled differently. A readily available document is something they can come right up to the window and ask for,
Right.
and we have it ready. If
But
somebody
it's
came and asked
still
for a
run
copy of
and it's
minutes.
still dealt with the
Yep.
same way, but it's just readily there at hand. Okay. On page 2, the very last line, 2B, is the portion that says coordinate the delivery of the requested records, does that mean they actually gave it to them?
That would be how the customer is requesting to receive their records. Is
Okay.
that what you were?
Yes, right here.
Because some people want them on CD, via email, they want to pick up copies, or maybe they just want to come and
Okay,
view them.
but and there's several sentences throughout all of this where I don't see it including the delivery of the item.
It will all be delivered, with the exception of PD. They'll all be delivered unless it's a readily available document, delivered out of GovQA through the backup. This is just more of a, when they get that request, if a coordinator gets a request and they're filling it, or they need to put it in GovQA, and Becca needs to know, is it going to get emailed back to them? Is it going to, are they picking it up? Do they want it on CD? Those specific details need to be provided to Becca so she knows how to fill the request.
So that's where the difference falls, is whether it's readily available and they just fulfilled it.
If they just
And-
fulfilled it, then it's already been given out, and they're just going to let Becca know what was asked for and what was provided.
Okay, how do they let her know, I've already taken care of this?
It's going to be in GovQA. If they submit it in GovQA themselves, they can annotate it in there that it's been filled. That's currently like when sometimes with the police department now, with the process that we were having, they let us know if they gave something out already.
Okay, that's why under 1A, it says, and the public record provided. That
Yes.
is the receipt
Mhm,
of
that
that
is what
readily
they
available.
provided to that
Okay,
person.
thank you for clarifying that for me. And I believe that's all I have, thank you.
Quick question, because I just had a thought on what you and I were having a discussion with a minute ago, and it goes back to my discussion with the city attorney, because I do want to be careful. If we provide, I mean, this is the way I understood it, and tell me if I'm wrong, Assistant City Attorney. But if I am asked for a records request, and I provide that record as a records request, I become a keeper of that record, right? That's the way I understood that, and that was why the city attorney said it's probably better if you shift that to the clerk's office, because now I'm subject to some of that retention, right?
That's possible, yes. Which is why the shift to the city clerk's office is probably best. That way you're out of the loop. You don't have to worry about it anymore. You're not on the hook for anything.
Right,
As soon as
and-
you delegate those responsibilities away.
Right, and so the reason why I bring that up is because I don't know that that is a responsibility that we should have per se that hold, I mean, because that is what the department is for. I think you get, people in that are not as good at retention holders or what have you. I think it just puts the commission at a risk themselves, each individual commissioner, no matter how it is. So that, I just wanted to bring that forth with what you were asking for. I just want to, let you know that in my discussion with the city attorney, it was very important for her to let me know that I should not be the keeper of record because we come and go.
There might be, if I could expand on it.
Please, yeah, absolutely.
There might be a newer version of what you have. It might have met its retention schedule. It might be that their information has changed. The clerk might have something that relates more specifically to the request. So you want to make sure that the person making the request is getting the most up-to-date information, and the clerk's office would be responsible for that.
Well, I think the consultant hit on it also. If I answer something in an email and it needs to be kept, instead of in an email form, I need to maybe print it off and take it to their office. But definitely some type of best practice or something needs to be articulated to us. I'm used to running.
Right, no,
And so somebody asks something, there it goes, I'm answering. And I don't think of putting it in somebody else's hands, I'm answering that. So it probably is the best practice of what we need to do, especially if it's something that needs to be
I
archived.
think if you're attaching a document to the response, if you're attaching a document, then to me, that's how I look at it. That's a public records request. I'm attaching something, I'm giving it out. I don't have to attach anything, then I'm just giving them information. Most of you are good with either forwarding the request, even if it is with information, and like there's a mixture in there, we get those. It'll say, I've answered these questions, but there's some, or we'll get courtesy copied on whatever's been sent out. So most of you, we do get them from you.
So you consider public record requests something that would have a document?
Yeah, if somebody asks for a
attached.
document, you're giving that.
Information is just answering a question. I like that. It's cool, thank you.
Commissioner Rich, Commissioner McDowell, do you have any follow-up?
No, I guess we have to give direction. City attorney, is this going to be codified?
The policy will depend on how you want to.
We were asking to bring it back by resolution, and I spoke with Amber about that, and Pete as well, that policy should be adopted by resolution.
Okay.
It's going to be a commission's policy.
So we have done
Some consensuses throughout this.
Not changing this, except for changing it to 30 minutes. That's the only
Well,
one
that's
so
what we were
far.
going
Yeah, but
Okay.
the other,
That's why I was asking if you had anything else.
no, I don't have anything else on this.
PD does.
What?
Go fast, they might have
Can
something.
we just bring up one concern? On section 4E, it talks about when somebody fails to pay. Looking at other departments, including the Attorney General's office for the state of Florida and FDLE, those agencies do not fulfill records requests when somebody has an outstanding balance. I know our policy allows somebody to still go forward. Well, somebody could give us 40 hours worth of work or a month's worth of work, skip out on the bill, but still come back and make a public records request. We did work with the city attorney's office. They did find the Attorney General's office opinion and a legal opinion to where we are able to not do those. And that would be a concern of ours, especially with the body cam footage and that. We'd hate to get saddled with doing all that work and somebody not paying for
that's
it.
important to have in policy, to be
This-
able to do that.
For this section also, on my memo, I have the, where is it at? Number 2 was the records consultant he reviewed as well, and one of the things that he brought on my memo, it's number 2 at the bottom here.
Your memo.
Yeah, or the staff summary sheet of the agenda item.
Oh, thank you.
It just said that the, Matt had concern with the failure to pay, being the 100% anyway.
Yeah, your line 123, I was like,
You know
what
what,
the heck is that?
I did it with line numbers, I'm like, oh, they'll like it with line numbers.
We do like it
And then
with
it didn't
line
get
numbers.
attached to it, and I just seen it after the fact, and I'm like, no, I'm not gonna change it out.
And I meant to bring that up, so thank you
Yeah.
for bringing that up, but yes, absolutely. If somebody, even if they pay a deposit and they give the go-ahead, and they never come to pick it up or pay the balance due or anything like that, and then all of a sudden, a week later or 2 days later, hey, I've got another public records request, I want this footage, it's like, pay this first, and then you can make it. And I think that's what everybody is
So we
saying.
can work with the city attorney's office and get verbiage to put that in there.
Are there any, I mean, like, so, let's say 2 years later, somebody comes back, that would still be on their,
Yeah, it's still,
file.
well, I know in GovQA, I don't know what their system, in GovQA,
Right.
it says they have an outstanding balance on the
It
top of it.
does. I'm guessing it would depend on our
Just wanted to make sure it
retention.
didn't, like,
if
roll
over
it's
every
not
30
retention.
days or something, it just got kind of wiped off, so it'll be on there consistently.
So Catherine Johnston.
Yes, ma'am.
What is your direction on that? Are you saying that you would want it to stay out longer? Or you would want it to drop off with the rest of the retention?
No, I was
Asking how it does. I think the direction of the commission is that it stays on there. If somebody has a request and they don't fulfill that request, they don't pay for that request, then they can't, then for them to make another request would be to bring that balance to zero.
So
Yes,
I
ma'am.
need to investigate the system just to confirm, but I just
Right.
wanted to make sure I was clear on what the direction was so that I can ask the right question.
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Becky.
Maybe it needs to be policy written or SOP. If a customer requests something, they receive an invoice for it and never pick it up and then come back and say, I withdraw with that request. Is it just gonna leave it sit there? No, I'm sorry.
You've already done the
We've
work.
done the
You've
work.
done the labor.
Just
You've
wanna
done
make
the
sure
work.
we're clear on that.
There's a difference between an estimate and an invoice.
Yes,
Yes.
absolutely.
Yeah, but once they provide the estimate, if they give us the okay, then that's when we start doing all the work. So if
Right.
we've done all the work, then they should be
And
charged.
even with the deposit, it doesn't cover the labor that is done, so.
And we have done requests, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Provided or gotten requests, provided an estimate, and that too has been withdrawn, which is fine. It's an estimate, work's not done, and then later the same request is in place. So I guess it just depends on.
Right, because an estimate. The work's not truly done with an estimate. You're just making a guesstimate on the estimate.
All right, let's go back to baby steps to make sure we're all on the same page, because this is my theme. So if I make a public records request, and the city clerk says, okay, there's an estimate for a balance due of $30. We need $15 deposit before we proceed. If I then say, or even not say, don't proceed, you're not proceeding anyhow, I will then still be allowed to make a public records request because no work has been completed. But the minute I say, yes, here's my deposit, go ahead and do this, and you say, hey, we're done with your request, and I never pay the balance or come pick it up, now I cannot make any more public records requests until that payment
Yes.
has been made.
Yes.
Okay. And that would probably have to be captured with the city attorney and outlined and spelled out in section E. Because that's kind of, maybe not saying exactly that.
Yes. Okay.
City attorney, happy with that? You feel like that's necessary?
And does that follow state statute though?
Sure, where the requester can be identified.
Okay. So if it's an anonymous request, they come in and make the deposit, we don't know then if they're fulfilling it, and we don't even know if they come
According,
back.
they have cookies.
Well, yeah, that's
We can track them through Amazon.
Reach out to Google.
Reach out to Google.
That's true too. Okay.
You're buying cookies. All right, so we have
So we-
consensus
yeah.
for that to go in letter E as the vice mayor stipulated. We have that consensus.
I just want to make sure that it's, all
That
right.
doesn't go in effect until we have payment online though, correct?
What is payment? I don't think payment online has anything to do with it.
Let me, we need to do a public comment card, please, if we're going to speak, because we're not on record. So they can't hear you, the people can't hear you.
So, this is only if you're coming in to pay the deposit.
This is if you've paid a
If
deposit.
you've paid a deposit.
However you may have paid it.
However you've paid it.
And then we started to do the work and you never came back to finish paying your money and get your documents, then we will not fill any other requests.
And when, we obviously don't have the policy in place right now.
Yeah, so
So let's say the policy takes effect December 1st. If there's outstanding, let's say there was 5 of them from 2017 and 2018 and then earlier 2019, those aren't included with this new policy that took effect December 1st.
well, I don't know, it's up to you. If we have somebody who owes us $100 and just because it was last week before we adopted this policy, should we continue to fill their requests or not?
How far back do we go on something like that? Because, you know.
We're only going based off of what's in GovQA, so it's not, it's only since GovQA's been implemented, that's.
All right, so do you want to hear public comment or do you want to finish? I think we're going to have to really look at when does that starting point happen? Because it's not fair that somebody may have an outstanding one and now we have this new policy. So I'm just kind of looking at fairness, equitability.
Would it be equitable for somebody who missed it by a day, gets a get out of jail free card because they did it yesterday? Now you put a policy in, the person does it today, gets punished, and that person doesn't? And they've still made the same impact on city staff.
Do we have a policy right now where we give them a request even though they have an outstanding invoice?
Well, we'll fulfill a new one, but if you come in and request something, and like, I think there was a huge request for copies of my emails that was significant in the amount of money. They paid the 50%. If we do all the work and they don't pay the other 50%, and then they come in and want another one, yes, our current policy is we would give a new one.
Except for PD, they don't, no,
Yep.
no.
Right, the police department has been tracking that, and we haven't been fulfilling it. We've been operating in concert with like Florida Department of Law Enforcement and other agencies.
Best practice, I mean.
Yeah.
I do have a question in regards to that. Is it just for estimates that are over $25, or are we talking cumulative? Thank you. Compiled requests. If I make 10 requests and they're each $5, $10, that don't require the deposit, but now I agree the work is done. I mean,
Money owed is money.
now it's up to $30 that I owe that I haven't paid. Do we then cut them off? That's kind of.
I would say money owed.
Is money owed?
I agree. To me, it's the work being done. You've done the work.
That's
And
it. I
so-
agree.
Okay.
Commission, let me go ahead and get a consensus with that. How do you feel, Commissioner?
About the only way that I can think that would happen is if they send you a list of maybe 50 things and it accumulates that same time frame. Other words.
Well, we have, I mean, you can have a request or request something and we let them know it's gonna take or cost so much. Go ahead, do it. We do it. It's waiting. Here's your invoice. And then they put in another request. Oh, this is gonna cost this much. Okay, go ahead and do it. We do it. There's their invoice. Now we've got 2 invoices sitting out there and they reached their $25 max. I'm not sure what, I haven't read that just this moment. I just see $25. But if they get up to a certain point that now they owe $25 or more dollars, they put in another request even though they haven't picked it up. The other 2 are paid for the other 2. That's what I'm saying. We stop there and say, okay, now you owe us $25 or more before we move forward.
I'm in agreement with you.
I see both sides of this coin, I really do, and I understand work's been done and there's a balance due, but at the same token, this is a new policy. And
Well, right now, we're just talking about the implementation. We're not talking about
Yeah,
when it goes into
I mean,
effect.
moving forward, however you guys
Yeah.
decide when you want to, the date you want to implement it or how you want to
Yeah.
enact it.
Yeah,
My
that'll be
question
different
is
from
if I have a requester putting in, 5, 10 requests at a time and they each equal $25
This 25,
and are never paid for, do we stop there?
But has the work been done?
This $25 isn't for that. The $25 is
It's just
if they
for-
pay a deposit and then you start working and there's,
Okay.
you realize they're gonna owe more than $25 again, you let them know, okay, it may be this, we've already reached what your thing was, and it's gonna take more time, so there's gonna be more money added to it, are you okay with that? That's what that $25 is for.
Okay, but what if it's the other way around? So we don't know it's gonna take over a certain amount, but it's still gonna take time. I mean, it might not be $25 worth of time.
So what she's saying is that you have 2 requests in, they
'Cause
equal
we-
25, they equal 40,
We
they equal.
require,
Don't even have to equal anything.
we
according to
require
what I'm
someone
hearing,
to
it's any amount.
agree to pay before we continue, whether it's $5 or $15, you know.
I would say each request, I mean, if it has a cost to it, it needs to be paid before we can move on to the additional request. That is what I would suggest, and it looks like that's what Commissioner Luke would say.
So some of these, okay, now that the time frame has been extended to 30 minutes,
So that is a consensus. Commissioner McDowell's want to go ahead, though. I'm just saying that we did have a consensus on it.
okay. But if they owe $5 and they have to come in and give a deposit for $2.50, and then you walk downstairs, get your receipt, and then they can fulfill it?
No, no.
Their deposit would
There's
never
no
be-
deposit for that low, but there's an agreement. I mean, there's that gentleman's agreement that, yes, I agree to pay your $5 if you do the work. We do the work, I don't want to pay. And then they put in another request, and pretty soon it accumulates to
There's
what point?
no threshold to the amount of money that they owe. It's if they put in a request and it costs them $5 at the end of the request, they choose not to pay it and come in and get their item, then their next item, we're not gonna fill until they pay that $5 or $50, whatever it is.
That's what I was trying.
But it's only for an estimate, it's not, the work has not been done yet.
Estimates, the work haven't been done yet. If it's a smaller thing that, ends up costing $5, there was not an estimate sent for that. It's just that this is gonna take a little bit of time. It may cost $5 for paper copies of whatever you're asking for type of thing.
So-
And then they don't want it, so they don't come and pay and they don't get their stuff.
So what is the threshold to require a deposit?
Anything that costs over
$25?
$25.
So they have to come in and pay $12.50. When do you think you'll be getting online payments up and running?
I'm not sure because I'm not IT.
City manager, any idea when we might be getting online payments up and running?
Keeps looking over.
At this time, we had put that behind some of the work that we needed to do for the police department. Subsequent to some of the discussions today, it appears that some of that work is going away. The next priority per interim city clerk was to work on the payments. I can't tell you for sure how long it's going to take. I don't think it's going to be an extended amount of time, but I'm not going to answer without checking with the vendor first. We've done a lot, we've done preliminary work on it already.
Is there going to be an additional cost to GovQA to get online payments done?
There should not be.
Should not be.
No.
So we did have a consensus that if there is an amount due, we don't move forward with extra requests until that amount is paid. Yes, ma'am.
Talking about the time frame of when to start this delinquent account, I would recommend October 1st, 2019. That is when our new fiscal year started. So whenever they bring the resolution back, that's the date that I think would coordinate with finance and the policy.
The adopting of the resolution. I think I would agree with that.
So adopting the resolution is October 1st. Is that where
The implementation of delinquent accounts.
And just so you know, we do have a consensus on that.
I do have one other question before we leave this. And because I was doing so much back and forth with the different drafts and stuff, what are we doing as far as the historical board? I mean, that may need to be, I don't know if it might need to go in here, but there definitely needs to be a policy. They want to occasionally, I'm sure, go into the archive room for historical matters. I understand that either we have a camera in there that, records what everybody does, but we have to protect the records that are in there. So somebody needs to be, and I know I volunteered to just go sit with them, so it wasn't a paid staff. But we need to have some type of policy where our advisory board isn't being charged for working on it.
What was brought up at the historic board, that was before. That was not for that project that they were working on when he had said that he was going to be charged. That was before that project was even discussed. He just wanted to come and look at the stuff in there, and he was told it was going to be a public record. I feel that maybe if they say, we would like to look at this, and it can only be one of them at a time, you know, they want to look at a specific item, we can actually pull that box out and have them, you know, sit in an area that there's other employees still working, you know. But you can't just have them go in there and go through stuff because it's all organized, you know, by retention with all that. And you don't want them pulling things out and not putting it back where it belongs.
And I believe what it was initially is they had never been in that room. So they did not see that there was an archive, that there was a recording, that there was, you know, a category, indexing. I think they wanted to see what was in there.
I think for the
I think
board's
that's what it
purpose,
was.
for that, in the historic policy that we have to come up with, the procedure that's in the records management plan, we can include that in there, like how that will be handled.
Okay.
Because that would just be specific to their projects, not just when they feel like they want to come look through stuff.
You have to be careful of how far you want to take that.
Yes.
Some of our advisory boards and advisory board members have, they start wanting to look at stuff, and the next thing you know, you have a staff member there for 8-10 hours. And of something that, the commission's never approved to do, you know, and it's never been vetted by anybody, and staff's now not getting anything done.
Well, currently, the policy is if Jane Doe wants to go in and look at our archive room, it is a public record request, and they pay for the duration of time, correct?
I don't think we would let them just go into the archive room and just look at it. It's
No.
like a specific record they want to look at, and if we have it in there, we can pull it out and provide it for them to look at.
How long it takes to get in there and go through it and do all that, that's how that works.
Cynthia has it all indexed, so she knows what's in there. So if they have a specific thing they're wanting to look at, we can get that record for them to look at, not say, here's the door going
It's
and
just like an email.
rummage
Yeah.
through.
Okay,
You
yeah.
want a specific
If it takes
email,
more than
or do you
15
want
minutes to do
emails
it.
from the entire month?
Right.
A lot quicker.
I see the value of the historical museums and stuff. I mean, it is intriguing to be able to view the history and some of these things, so it'd be cool when we get to that point, but thank you.
So one of the things that was discussed earlier was ADA compliance. So it's my understanding that they can request to have staff sit and read the document to them. Are we charging them for that staff's
I
time?
don't think we can. That would be a city attorney issue, but I don't think we have to provide those accommodations, yeah.
So it's, okay, now I'm playing devil's advocate.
Unless there's another accommodation we can provide.
Okay, it's an accommodation that can be provided where we sit and read a document, 100 pages long, whatever it is, we provide that. But we're charging a citizen to look at a document, the exact same document, that we have to have somebody sit with. That doesn't seem...
This is more so if we're providing, say we're putting a set of minutes online for the public to view. So everybody in the public should be able to read those minutes somehow, some way. If we do not provide a way for hearing or, like blind or whatever, disabled people to be able to view those online, if we don't provide that, then we have that responsibility to read it to them. Or
Have software do it.
or we have software that does it. We just have to be able to provide them what we've provided everybody else that does not have that disability.
So we have to buy software to read it?
Yes. And so the good example is our budget book. Has lots of nice pictures in it, has displays in there. But the software reader that we have, the little icon down in the corner of our website, doesn't read pictures and doesn't even describe them. It'll just say picture. So according to the ADA, somebody with a disability has to have the same opportunity to get it as somebody who does not. Well, the person that's not disabled can just look at it. But the person that can't see can't look at it and see what's in that, a good table or a picture or a pie chart that's in the budget book. So according to the ADA, we have to make a reasonable accommodation. Since anybody else could get that by going online, we have to have somebody available to read it to them.
If we have something that's not online though, and a disabled person wants that record that's not online, then we could charge them because it's a public records request, not something that we put out there for the public that they're not able to.
We're not making this accommodation for somebody to come in and look at documents in the archive room. If you want to come in and look at this stack of paper right here, then whether you're disabled or not, it's going to be the same situation. But when we have it online, available to however many people.
So the key is it's already available online and, okay.
All right. There's nothing else on that topic. We are going to take I'm going to do it during the public comment time. If there's no, I'm going to do it on the public comment time that is on the sheet. We will take a break. We do have a working lunch today, so thank you, Ms. Heather, for making sure of that. So we'll have about 15 minutes to go and gather stuff and come back for the next item. Thank you.
I'd like to hear the public comment before we make consensus, because there might be something broader.
15 minutes. Not bad.
Yeah, it's been about 20.
Boy, daylight savings time is crazy.
He was on the 15.
All right, we are back. We're just going to get general direction on our policy here. Correct.
Well, I really was hoping to be able to hear public comment, because it's a workshop.
We'll do it at the end, where it's on the list.
Yeah. But we've heard public comment in workshops throughout the workshop, so, and anyways, she's not here, so, I guess at this point, we need to give direction to have staff come back with a resolution based on the previous consensuses and,
Yep, sounds good to me. Are you good?
Miss Doritos, I love eating Doritos during the meeting.
We've had a lot of discussion, and I know in our motions and consensus, we oftentimes say what we said. What do we need to articulate for you so that?
I can tell you what I have, if that'll help.
Sure.
I have consensus to withhold future requests until outstanding invoices are paid in full, as one of them. Consensus that all public records requests do not have to go through the clerk's office.
I'm sorry, say that one again?
That all public records requests do not have to go through the clerk's office for the police department.
The police department.
The police department.
But I
The police
believe we have to state that you've named somebody to handle it in that department, correct?
Policy already does.
The policy states the city clerk or her designee.
Right.
And I designated through the memo.
So I just didn't want to leave that part out, that, that is part of the policy, the designee, that you designate somebody, okay, in the 30 minutes.
30 minutes, yes, I made those changes. I also changed in, what is this, 3B. We changed it to records as well, the records system to track. And then the 30 minutes in the two places. And then the effective date, the implementation date of October 1, 2019 for delinquent accounts.
Was there anything else that we touched on?
But before we take the consensus vote, Mayor, I'd really like to hear the.
According to our agenda, we have it as number 4. I'm going to wait till 4.
I understand that, but can we get a consensus to hear this public commenter
You can
now?
ask for it.
I'm asking for a consensus to hear our public commenter.
Oh, no?
No.
There's no
I'm a yes.
I'm a yes too.
There's no consensus.
No consensus to hear it now? Okay, so we'll,
We'll hear it at the end.
After public comment time. Yeah, I think that's everything. So do we have a consensus for Ms. Heather?
Yes.
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 Yes. Commissioner Rich? Okay, there's your consensus. We want to move on. Discussion regarding clerk staffing positions. City manager, please introduce the item. Introduce the person.
I'll introduce the city clerk because this was requested back in July.
Yes, so y'all had requested that I review the staffing in our office and provide my recommendation. So I have done that. I provided everything in the backup documents, and I can answer any questions you have.
All right. Commissioner McDowell? I saw her hand raised.
No problem. You want to go first? You can go first. No problem.
Commissioner McDowell?
All right, so this was one that we didn't even talk about at the commission meeting on the 5th. And I was quite surprised to see a wide variety of changes in the backup materials. So much so that it really changed the conversation that we have today. The first one is in the legislative tax, and in the future, if that kind of stuff happens, we really need to know that because it's kind of not fair. And it's, when you're going from one and just saying, hey, we're continuing this to another meeting, I don't expect any changes to happen. But there were a lot of changes, a lot. Not just one or two little ones, there was a lot of changes. in the legislative text, it says that this Public Records Tech 2 position will result in an annual increase of, there's no dollar amount.
I had that, I'm sorry, I got it after I started typing up the memo. I believe it was, I know it was 3,000 something, it's going from 33,369.65 to 36,735.50. So, do you, off the top of your head, know what the difference was for the Public Records Tech 2?
The total receiving benefits is just over $3,900. All right. City Manager, can you help me understand what the procedure is for reclassification of the city employees? Especially if there's a budgetary adjustment. Do those all come to commission, or are they just made at the will of the director of the department?
Nothing is done that way at the will of the director of the department. So if somebody has a position, has an employee who, or a position, depending whether it's filled or not, we'll just use this one as the example. They're doing a job, they may not necessarily, or they may have started doing more or less duty since that job was originally created. So they want to reclassify that position to accurately show what that person is doing and put them in the right job classification. So that department will get with HR, they'll review the person's job duties, and HR then will determine, based on all the information they're given and their research into the professional designations, what is that employee, what's the proper job classification of that employee or that position? So then that HR makes a justification, then that all comes, the department director is shown that information, and that may require a job reclassification for it, using this one from a Public Records Tech 1 to a Public Records Tech 2. In that situation, then it comes to me, and we look at whether they have the funding available to fund that job reclassification. If the position's been vacant, so again, we'll use this position, had nobody been in this position, and all year long it's January, so they've got 4 months worth of savings from the position being vacant, the budget can absorb that. If the budget can't absorb that, then before it's enacted, a budget amendment will be brought to you all.
So if the budget, if there's funding in the budget, then we, the commission, don't even know that a reclassification took place.
That's correct.
Well, then that greatly impacts the next fiscal year.
That is correct.
So how do we know if there was a change from one fiscal year to another fiscal year?
One is you're provided an organizational chart for each department that will show you that, and also
It'll be in this year's budget? It will outline what changes were reclassified through the year? Because I don't ever remember seeing that in any organizational charts.
We can certainly make sure it is, so that it's outlined for you all. I can tell you there has not been very many of them at all, because we just haven't done many.
So before we proceed, Mayor, can we get a consensus to have city manager include in our next budget a organizational chart and showing any changes of reclassification throughout the year?
Sure.
Sure.
And there's your consensus.
So, I don't know when it was, I requested some copies of the individual assessments that were done during the salary study for the clerk's office. Obviously, it wasn't with you, because we did this pay study about 18 months ago, and each person in the city was required to complete an assessment outlining what their job duties are, what they do on a daily basis, to help make sure that they're in the classified correct position. And then it's my understanding the supervisor signed it, and if there was a discrepancy, the employee could, what is that called? Appeal the decision of their classification. Do we have copies of each one of the clerk's office's positions available?
From the assessment, I'm not sure that would be an HR answer.
Have them run through exactly what happened with that. so the process could be explained of how they ran it.
For the record, Deborah Hope, HR manager. The first part of the process when we did the salary survey was to send out the assessments. The company that we contracted did that. It was voluntary, and the majority of the positions in the city clerk's office did not complete the assessments.
If an employee felt that their job description, everybody got their job description, if they felt it accurately depicted what they did, we're not going to force somebody to turn around and say, hey, can you redo what is already done and is accurate? So that's why I say that's the voluntary part of it. If you looked at it and this is what you do every day, then we're not going to redo it. That, to quote the phrase used earlier, that would be redundancy at its best. So every employee had the opportunity to see if their job classification was incorrect or their job description.
And with some of the positions, we have the same positions in other departments, and we receive feedback from others that do the same job. So in some cases, there's multiple executive assistants throughout the city. So others in other departments may have filled out assessments in order to help us classify the positions.
So I have to ask then, what changed in the clerk's department from when we did the salary study and classification study till now?
I can tell you just because I wasn't here, but from what discussion I have had with staff in the clerk's department was that they did not fill out the assessments in the clerk's department. I don't know if you got any from the clerk's department, but every staff member that I talked to did not do the assessments and were kind of told that they didn't need to do the assessments. And I don't know if Becca's position, if it was 18 months ago, was her position, was she in, I think Becca's been here less than a year.
It did not exist.
It didn't exist.
Well, how did she get hired for Public Records Tech 1?
They created the position.
Okay.
And so that position was created to.
Yeah, her position was done as one of the budget amendments.
Right.
When we had all the however many there were public records requests outstanding, and the commission was brought a budget amendment to create that position.
And it would not be unusual in the first year of a position that we have an idea what the position would do, but then once we get in and do the position, a lot of times duties shift depending on the needs of the department, and this is the case with this position.
So looking at the organizational chart, and doing a little bit more research, in the September meeting, the Public Records Tech 2 position was going to be classified as a pay grade 904.
Yes.
And then in that less than a month's time, it got reclassified to a 905, which is a considerable increase in salary too, but very little change in duties and responsibilities.
When I originally had submitted the records request reclassification to HR, I submitted it as a 905 because that's what I felt that, she was doing the work of this amount. HR didn't agree with it. They thought it was a 904. After further discussion with HR about what she is actually doing in our office, they discussed it and agreed that she would be good at a 905.
And initially, Yvonne Gibson, HR coordinator for the record, and initially looking at the job, it compared more similarly to some of the positions that I felt in a 904. And then in talking further with Heather, I really decided that it was more technical in nature. It was my misunderstanding of the duties of what she's doing with the GovQA, that there are higher level responsibilities that I did not understand to be a part of the list. And that's why we looked at it a second time and felt that it probably did need to be a bigger.
But looking at the September Public Records Tech 2 and the October Public Records Tech 2 position, the only thing that changed was adding in provides general administrative support in the maintenance and disposition of city records.
It wasn't changing the job description. It was changing HR understanding exactly what her job description was and what she's doing. So there was nothing really we added to the job description. It was just
understanding
relaying the work and what the work consists of to HR so they had a better understanding of what those duties were.
So she is serving as the coordinator for public records requests.
For all the city records requests.
That Okay, so we have two things. One is she's doing administrative work, but she's not an administrator?
Administrator as far as what? She's an administrator in GovQA. That is the big difference to me in the 1 and the 2, is she's an administrator in GovQA. She's helped building the workflows in GovQA. If there's questions with GovQA, she's the one that answers them.
I see other departments that have public records, and yes, it's the police department, and they have technicians that do public records, and theirs is not changing.
Yeah, because none of their techs in the police department handle GovQA. They are not administrators on GovQA. All they can do is attach documents.
But they have a lot more other responsibilities in their department than in the public records tech positions. So if you compare the public records tech 1, public records tech 2, regardless if it's a 904 or 905, still don't quite get that one. And then the police department's public records tech. The police department's public records tech has much more requirements for the redactions and how they're fulfilling public records, and a multitude of other responsibilities compared to what happens in the clerk's office with public records.
I would compare it to maybe if the public records techs in the police department, their system that they're using to fill requests. Who's managing that system? Who's creating that system for them to use it and making sure that everything in that system is working properly? The background portion of it, building the workflows, given the training if somebody needs it. Is it their supervisor or is it the records techs? Are they all administrators in that system that they're using to provide?
I don't know, you'd have to ask
Yeah.
them. I see us creating a position that's kind of overlapping other positions, and those are not changing. And I don't know who does the workflows in the police department? Who does the police department's version of GovQA?
That would be, Captain Bouquet could probably answer that the best.
I would think that all of this has to do with some type of IT, not an actual person in the department, because if there's a...
Well, our actual person, Becca, is working hand in hand with IT in every decision that has been made with GovQA.
Well,
Can you weigh in?
yeah.
Oh, sorry. Obviously, it's not up to me to say who
Can you please
gets
state your
what.
name for the record?
Oh, Mike Bote from the police department. Obviously, not my position to say who should get what. I can just comment obviously what the police department does. Our record section, I'll yield to Rick when I'm done, is they handled a multitude of things outside of even just public records requests. If we look at the scope of their duties, the redactions, the different laws they have to keep up with is very, very significant. We have many people in the department that administer different databases and things, but that doesn't put them on a supervisory level necessarily, because then that would open up, I think, Pandora's box for my people to ask for more. Not only do they interact with the state attorney's office on a regular basis to get things accomplished for the judicial system, the clerk's office, Tallahassee's, DHSMV, there's so many different things that our training process is months and months long just to grasp everything they do. That's not diminishing anything that the clerk's doing, but I know everybody would like to make more money, and I think that my people would be looking at that and saying, well, how come we're not getting paid commensurate with the work that we're doing? And I'll let Rick expand a little bit maybe on what some of the differences even are.
Once again, Rick Fitzgerald, Records Manager, Northport Police Department. Basically, on a daily basis, my techs are not only fulfilling public records requests, but they're also, they read every single report that comes in every single day. So they're checking those reports for uniform crime reporting standards to make sure that they meet those particular standards. Make sure that they're meeting our requirements for, is this actually a burglary? Is this a theft? Are things being reported correctly? Then they're also meeting folks at the window, assisting officers with getting new citations. It's basically, they're constantly moving throughout the entire day. They just don't fulfill records requests. They have a very, as the captain kind of alluded to, they have a very wide-ranging range of duties.
What's their pay grade?
703.
Same as Becca.
7 what?
I think they're the same as Becca, aren't they?
703, I think.
No,
I think we have 903 and 904,
Or, I'm sorry,
correct?
903 and
904.
904.
Yeah.
Hmm.
If you,
I'm just looking, I was just answering the question as to what the police pay grade is 903, which is a salary of 32,000 to 48,000. And they do a lot of stuff. When I went down and spoke with the police department and got to see what they do on a first-hand basis, holy cow. It is night and day different, and the expertise that is required. And I respect the fact that Ms. Becca is doing the GovQA thing, and she is intimately knowledgeable of GovQA. Everybody has to learn the software. And I don't quite understand why it's warranted to give such a huge salary increase on something like that.
I think there's a difference in learning a software and helping build the software, because she's helping build the software. She's not learning it.
But why isn't IT doing, this is a canned program.
It's not a can, I know that's can.
It requires,
It's hours. They spend hours.
The flow chart she had to go through to get this set up right. It's not just a plug and play. You just don't install it on your server and say go. I think that's part of the misconception of this software is there is a tremendous flow chart of making sure that it's set up right at the beginning before you go live with it, so that when you do go live, you don't start running into all these headaches and things not being filed the right way, forwarded to the right people involved. So it's not just a plug and play software. And I think that's been part of the problem.
Well, that's what we were told when we got it.
Can't
So
control what somebody else told you over 2 years ago.
But nobody has come back and told us something different. That's what,
You've given multiple.
Updates on how the software is being installed.
Can I just suggest, there's not a software this size that is plug and play. Everything has to be tweaked and molded, because every entity and organization is just uniquely different. So there's not a technology out there that just does that.
so because Ms. Becca is helping with the IT part of it, does that make her like I'm trying to understand how this will affect all of the other departments citywide. Because it's not just the clerk's department, because once this is all decided on and consensus is given, we're gonna have other departments going, hey, wait a minute, I do this, what about Track It? That's the first thing that came to my mind, is Track It. Who's helping in that department with Track It? Have they gotten a change in their salaries or a change in their job classification? Because they're helping with Track It, getting it implemented. This is one of those, in my opinion, one of those other duties as assigned, as needed kind of thing.
Can you explain what Becca's doing for the software?
Catherine Johnston for the record, IT division. There is a partnership. When you install a large, complicated system, there is a partnership between the business side and the technical side. The technical side doesn't necessarily understand the day-to-day needs of a business and how they need to conduct their business and run the software. Their job is to work with the business side to understand those requirements and to translate those into the technical settings that are required on a system to make it function properly. In the case of GovQA, it is a very complex, it is best of breed in many, and very popular with many municipalities for public records requests. Part of that is because it is so customizable and it can be altered to match whatever business requirements may be added. We were required to do considerable customization to address the requirements for PD the way that the City Commission had directed us to do so previously. We are now in the process of kind of working out how do we separate that and not break the business processes. So Becca spends a great deal of time doing well, a lot of different things, but she's responding and overseeing all of the records management within the system. And she's also that intermediary for IT so that we understand how they're using the system, how they need to use the system, what works, what doesn't, what needs to be fixed, etc. It is in my mind, it is a higher level requirement than simply responding to or working within a system.
Thank you. Commissioner Luke, what was yours?
I appreciate the new organizational chart. It has it set up so that in case we go to referendum and that deputy clerk is not really charter officer, it sets it up for that. But also those dotted lines, according to the charter, the deputy clerk does what the commission tells her to. So when we approve an organizational chart, those are the duties or the ones that she oversees. So that's why there's those dashes if we assign her those duties. As far as what Becca has done, I articulated earlier, I thought it was horrible that the low man on the totem pole was given a project manager type job to do. The way I understand it, the records tech one was an invented job anyhow. It was swung over to be something that I don't believe it was intended to be. In my opinion, it should have been management or administration doing all of this work, not her. Though Heather is taking on some of that responsibility and learning herself, we have artificially created another position. And to me, it's unfair to keep her at a lower level when she was given something that she should never have been given. And I have to commend her for pulling up her boots and doing what she did. So, thank you, Becca. I have no problem with making her a public records tech 2 and that position being created for what she is doing. I still do not want all of that administrative responsibility falling on not even a tech 2 position. It needs to fall to the deputy clerk or the city clerk. The deputy clerk, I would actually like to see be the RMLO. I believe that liaison officer who talks to the state needs to be that administration also. Yes, Miss Cynthia can continue doing what she's doing, but the accountability and the responsibility to me needs to fall to those charter officers or those higher admin. Shouldn't be left upon the management underneath them, in my opinion. So, is there the potential of having an uprising of other techs in such positions? Yes, you may, but I think they need to be looked at individually, just like we have to look at the clerk's department individually and classify the people as they need to be. Personally, myself, looking at this organizational chart, I would eliminate the staff assistant number 1. I wouldn't do it until October or September 30th of next year. We are running short of a city clerk until all these things are organized. But I would eliminate that position, which gives you then the finances and stuff also. But I think the efficiency of how that department can be run can eliminate that one. And I also believe the answering of the phone and stuff can be done by other departments and other receptionists and other greeters, that it doesn't have to be the clerk's office. So in my overall, I would like to see Becca put at that Tech 2 position, and that position being created for this office, for this department. I'd actually like to see the label of the RMLO going to the deputy clerk. And I would like to see the elimination of the staff assistant one as of September 30th, 2020.
Commissioner Carrison for.
Yeah,
For the public's sake, RMLO means?
Record Management Liaison Officer. It is the one who sends things to the state, corresponds to the state.
Which is who currently, Heather?
Cynthia.
Okay, so as Records Management Administrator, that's part of her job description as well?
Yes, currently.
Okay, as far as the Public Records Tech 2, what is the education requirements?
I believe it's 3 years. Let me find it.
Just 3 years.
Let me see. Oh, high school diploma and at least 1 to 2 years more. Oh, wait, no, this is the old one. Okay, let me search this one. I have both of them in here. So high school diploma, at least 2 to 3 years or more work experience in public records.
I guess, and that's my biggest concern, is that, you know, the public records and the laws and the constant changing and shifting of laws, you really need to have that kind of knowledge in order for you to create a software program that's going to abide by those laws. And I'm with Commissioner Luke. I think that the administrator should be more apt to be handling this type of work performance. I don't necessarily agree in removing Staff Assistant 1, but I do agree that there are higher levels that have more experience that should be doing this. And that's just how I feel. Done.
Mr. Emmett?
No, I agree that it should go up on management a little bit more and take the burden off, but I agree with Jill. I do not agree with taking off a position, and especially just saying it's going to be next year, because we don't know what this next year is gonna bring. You know, I don't wanna put that out there saying, yep, you're gonna be X'd as of September, but what if things change? What, you know, I don't want fear going out there in anybody until we actually know what's happening.
Ms. Taylor, Staff Assistant 1, she just answers phones, right?
No, she does more than answer phones.
Okay, can you explain to me what she does?
She does all the calendars. She sets up all the rooms for the RFPs, RFQs, all that stuff. Sometimes she does minutes for some of them. She does our bid openings. She does mail. And she does quite a few things in her office. And she helps with projects, and that's really what I need right now. Being that we're short, is we're gonna, with the records management plan, we're gonna have a lot of projects. That's not gonna happen overnight, so.
That was exactly what I was getting at. So just answer phones, because I know she does so much more than that. And I know that for you, you know, and I've talked with you about this, you know, right now, especially right now, but, you know, she's a necessity.
Yes.
And so with that, I would be in agreement with Commissioner Carrison and Commissioner Emmerich to leave in that position. Again, I also agree with getting rid of the Public Records Tech 1 and moving that position up to Records Tech 2, because that is a higher qualified position, and I think it needs to be recognized as such. Commissioner McDowell, you have a follow-up?
Yeah, this Public Records Tech 1 to 2, if we were in the private sector, it would be, hey, Becca, we have this project for you. Let's get it done. Let's get it implemented. And when we're all done, there's a bonus for you. Unfortunately, the city can't do bonuses. By no means am I saying that Becca's not doing a good job. That is not it at all. I go back to from one meeting to another and the massive amount of changes that took place in the backup materials. In the duties of the city clerk, and section 2-360, it says it shall be the responsibility of the city clerk to administer the records management. And in my opinion, that means the RMLO. And I don't understand why are we giving that to Miss Cynthia when it clearly says that's a city clerk responsibility.
I know that Cynthia's previous job description, her title was Records Management Liaison Officer. That was her actual job title. We have worked with all of the job descriptions in our office. We've changed them all. That still does fall under hers. However, that was before I had the discussion with Commissioner Luke about the RMLO. And I don't disagree. It could be somewhere else because Cynthia would still be doing the tasks that fall underneath of that.
So, since my phrase of getting hit by a bus is very prevalent when we're talking about employment and positions, is this department being cross-trained so that if something happens to our MLO, somebody else can easily step in and fill the shoes?
They would not easily fill it in at this point.
Not that her shoes are easily to fill, I mean, be able to do the job.
But you know the status of the clerk's office has been for quite some time. We are working, we are building up teams, we got all these job descriptions just done. That was a task that went on for a very long time just to get the job descriptions done.
Wait a minute. Get the job descriptions done that should have been done during the pay study job classification?
Since I've been here, we have worked on getting the job
That's why I
descriptions done. And they're done. Everybody's happy with their job description. There's new things that they have been learning since I came on, like previously, no other boards were using Legistar. Now our recording secretaries use Legistar for every single board. So there's things that have been changing in the clerk's department, and that cross-training will happen. We just had to get the individual jobs lined out first before you can cross-train on people. There was no point of Susan cross-training with Ida if one of them was using Legistar, the other one wasn't. There's nothing to cross-train there with the person who wasn't using Legistar. So we wanted to get the office set up the way it needed to be.
So when you're going to the Public Records Tech 2, because it seems like there's a consensus to do that, is it going to be the pay scale of the 904 or the pay scale of 905?
905 is what I recommend.
Is what you recommend?
Yes.
Just to be clear, I didn't say that I agreed with going up to a Tech 2.
I just listening to the conversations, it seems to be headed that way.
The administrator, or the manager that's in place should be doing that, not that it should be falling on someone else who doesn't have the experience or the education. That's just my personal opinion.
I can say I don't think that anybody in our office has more experience on it than Becca does. Even if you put it up to an administrative person, it would be like changing, you're gonna have to train that person to.
Let me be clear, I'm not talking about the experience or the education about GovQA. I'm talking about the laws. I'm talking about the way that public records is distributed. I'm talking about what should be redacted, what shouldn't. What is the response time? What is it that needs to be retained and how long? That's what I'm talking about. The system internally and the videos and the minutes and all of the things that Northport is unique to, that all needs to be a part of GovQA's building, the substance of that particular program should incorporate what it is that we do in here. It's not, it's not that everybody does the same thing from municipality to municipality. That's the whole point of having this particular program, you just said it, where you can build up towards what it is and how you utilize it. Well, there's no better knowledge than the person who's the manager of those public records. And at this time it's Cynthia, but it could be anyone tomorrow.
If we put Cynthia, say that Cynthia would be the person with GovQA to fulfill the administrative portion of it. Becca's still the one on the end sending out the records, so Becca has to have that knowledge on the redactions, on the laws. She's the one filling the requests. If you move that to Cynthia, then we don't need any public records tech.
Bingo.
That's not feasible, especially with the records management plan. That is not feasible because Cynthia's going to be very busy. So.
Okay.
Okay, what?
I'm thinking.
Are we going second round?
Yeah. Yeah, actually, it's,
I'm yielding the floor, because I'm just thinking.
See, me too.
well,
I don't understand. We have a department of 9 and.
You have the system, I'm just gonna speak a little freely, you have records management, you have your public records request policy, you have all this stuff that I think we can agree that it's not going the way it should have been going all this time. In order to get it going where it needs to be going, you need the people to make sure that that's gonna happen. And that comes by making sure you're paying people for what they are doing to help get there and aligning those duties to where you're not overflowing one person with extra duties that you're setting them up for failure. You know, so you need the people. You took away the other public records tech position, so now Becca is carrying that, and she's been carrying the police records, so they have their people over there, but that all had to get filtered into one person in our department, and that was Becca. So she was not only reviewing all of the police departments before it could go out, she was helping with the GovQA.
Well, we just resolved that.
So we resolved that. Yes, we resolved that, but that's what she's been doing. And now in order to keep it going, to get online payment, to get all those things you want in GovQA, and to get the records management plan, you're gonna have to have people that do it.
Okay, but this
No,
is,
you
this is
still have
where,
2 minutes.
this is where I'm going with it. This is what the IT's department is supposed to be handling in conjunction with you and the
There's-
manager of the department.
That may be so, but there is still only a certain amount of people in our department, and you have a lot of projects going on at one time.
And
So
I give you that.
if you put it on one person, something's gonna fail. You have people here that are working. Cynthia is working on records management. She's been doing well. Becca's been working on public records request. I've been trying to, take it all in. It's working, so I think it's just, you have to acknowledge what's being done, it's working, and promote that.
I've seen great
Yeah.
improvements in the department, I will say that much. I have seen huge improvements in that department. And that is something that you are to be commended for, not just you, but also your staff. I am just concerned that this new position is going to create a desire citywide to have it looked at. And city manager, I really think in fairness, it needs to be looked at citywide. Because we have a police department that does like twice as much work and getting less pay, and that is not right. So we probably need to look at that reclassification for the clerks, the Northport PD's records part, because they're a group of 4 doing basically everything that you saying that your department is doing that has more employees. So.
I don't think they're apples to apples, first of all. I understand your comment, but to say that the police department does everything the clerk's office does, I don't think is even close to a true statement.
No,
Maybe with records, but they don't do everything
Records,
that.
yes.
And they're still different. You have the records techs and PD, and I'm not trying to put one employee against another, but the fact of the matter is, records technicians in the police department do not manage software. And utilization of software,
Said that they have a software that they take care of.
what is it, the records techs that take care of the software? Or they have IT people that take care of it. They have different people, they're records tech.
So that goes back to my point of why are we having a tech do stuff for IT?
Because that's the way we've set it up over here. The PD has set theirs up differently. They have different employees. The operators of the software are the experts in the software. Installing it is one thing. Operating it and managing it are a very different thing. So we've found that the most appropriate way for our IT and our departments to work on softwares like this is for the key end users, departments, to manage their software. They know the software more intimately and what they need out of it than a generalized IT person does.
Commissioner Lee, what's yours?
To me, the clerk's department has been a debacle for years and years and years.
Absolutely.
We had issues when I was first coming on board, so many public record requests, and 2 people were hired at that point in time to try to catch us up on minutes and public record requests. We made some errors. We definitely did. Those probably should have been temporaries. to get us caught up, and then you do what you wanted to. But no, we hired 2 full-time people, assigning them titles and giving them, actually the one, a description to go in and handle the public record requests. We asked at one point that a consultant come on board so that we could get all of this straightened out. And to me, that's where we are right now. Yeah, we've made some big blunders in the past, and we haven't done it. And one of the biggest blunders was putting low man on the totem pole doing this instead of administrative and managerial staff. But we created this. And so now to go forward, because whether we created it out of ignorance or wrongdoing or just passing the buck to somebody else, we created it. So to me now we have to handle what is there so that we can get this department where it needs to be. If there needs to be a consensus later for HR to review other tech positions in the police department, so be it. Let them look over that and compare it to what other municipalities and stuff do. But what I want to focus on is the clerk's department, which we're here to do. And again, I will state, because we did it wrong, we got to correct it. And I believe that young lady, and I'm referring to Becca, has earned a different classification. And I don't want the noose hung around her neck. It needs to be hung around a clerk, a deputy clerk, or somebody else. Same way with Cynthia, the noose shouldn't be around her being the RMLO. I wouldn't put it on the city clerk because, well, I would say the city clerk can give that duty to the deputy clerk. And then that deputy clerk is the one who does, the communication with the state. I wouldn't put that noose with Cynthia in her position either. Those charter officers, they both are right now, are the ones where the buck stops at them. And so to me, they're the ones who are supposed to be taking on those administrative type duties. They may have a designee, such as Becca, who handles those types of things, but the responsibility needs to fall to the administrative level. Thank you.
I think no matter what happens, it's going to fall to the administrative level.
I will state that this is a team of 9, and when those 2 were hired, Becky Frost's job got split in half because they got everything caught up, and it's like, oh my goodness, we got to have something for everybody to do. So they split her job in half, which she was functioning, doing everything herself, split it in 2. There's cross-training going on, utilizing people up here that normally aren't up here, but is working very well. So that is why I was recommending eliminating, after these things get straightened out, eliminating one position, because you've got enough staff to handle, especially when you get the city clerk in. You've got enough to handle all those duties because you hired 2 full-time when you shouldn't have been. So there's a lapse of duties, there's time that can be filled to pick up some of these other duties. Would not do it right now because we are short the clerk and she does need this, but I would recommend looking at eliminating that lowest position and spreading that workload out among the staff that we have currently. Thank you.
Mr. Pearson.
Okay, first of all, I'm not going to second guess what the current city clerk is evaluating. So if she thinks that we need to keep that right now, I am sure that by the end of the year, she'll reevaluate and determine what is best. And with that said, if you're feel that strongly about doing what you're asking, then I will support it. I do understand what you're up against, and God bless you, by the way, because and I'm not going to say that there was a failure amongst the clerk's department. I am not going to say that. I think there was a failure in this commission. And this commission pushed and pushed the clerk's office. When is GovQA going to come? When is GovQA going to come? If I heard that
That's back in
one
2
more
weeks.
time, and it was implemented without the appropriate forethought, honestly. And I don't know if that was actually the good system to use because of what our forward thinking, we had talked about having things scanned so that it would be accessible to the public and it would eliminate the need for public records requests. This is not a clerk issue. This is not a department issue. This is brought on by the demands of the commission, and I want to make that very clear. So all clerks, past and present, I'm sorry, but it was not your fault. The minutes and the minutes were behind. The public records requests were behind, but we have to remember where we were at that time. Minutes were not what they are today. They were pretty much verbatims. Public records requests were coming in by the dozens. And still, they're pretty good size. My point is that where do we go from here? That's all we're worried about. Where do we go from here? And you know what? If this is what you want, if this is what you feel is going to run your department and you're going to evaluate it, well, then I'm all in because I trust you. Bottom line.
Commissioner Emmett?
I'll second that. That's all I can follow up with that one. I totally agree. I've got 100% confidence.
Yeah, I do know, the commission in the past has put, as Commissioner Carrison said, very new burdens. It's been a commission that has been told, we need at least 6 months to look at this. Well, I don't care, we want it in 2 months. And when you do that stuff, this is the kind of pressure it puts. This is the kind of results you get whenever you do stuff like that consistently. So I am in agreement, and I do agree with you, and I trust you, and I trust your decisions right now. I'm not in your position. I don't sit back there every day, all day. I don't try to work with my employees to try to get them to work through this process. It's not my position to do. Even if I wanted to, nobody has the time to put in that you did because you put in years to get to this position. This isn't your first job as a deputy clerk. This isn't your first job it's not your first job in City Hall and working. You worked at Venice before this. You have experience that none of us will ever have. So for me to sit back and tell you exactly how you should run your department to a T and micromanage it as a board of directors up here, if we were to be a business, I think is out of line for us. So with Commissioner Carrison, if you feel this is what you need, I trust your decision. I do assume that we're going to relook at this thing. Once everything's caught up and everything's good, we got our GovQA running the way it's supposed to. That you'll reevaluate the positions. This is what we hire you for. You're an executive level. You're a professional at what you do, and we need to really respect the position that we hired you for.
Not just hers, but all of them.
Well, yeah, absolutely. But the buck does stop here.
Mm-hmm.
No, whether Becca's in charge, no matter who's in charge, the buck stops right here.
Mm-hmm.
She's the one that's going to answer to us for it. And so when I speak this to you, I'm speaking it right down the line because whether or not you are directly responsible in certain things or whether you delegate some of that authority, when it says the clerk shall handle this, under the delegation rules, you're still handling it because the buck still stops with you. So I'm in support with what you need. You had nothing else? Nothing else? We've taken two consensuses, right? What are the consensuses that we had? Oh, really? I thought we had a consensus on the records tech shifting to
Not an official one. I am for Tech 2.
Tech 2. Commissioner McDowell? Are you still thinking?
I'm still thinking because I'm trying to weigh the differences between the 904 Tech 2 and the 905 Tech 2. I don't see a 905.
All right. So
I see the 904. but.
So I'm a 905 Tech 2. Commissioner Carrison, are you still thinking I need to move on to Emmerich?
I was trying to see if there was maybe a place where everything was the requests plural from the clerk's
Well, while you're looking, I'll move on to
office, so,
Emmerich.
yeah.
Commissioner Emmerich?
Yeah, for the 905, also looking at further down the road with the Northport PD possibly
That would
being,
be a separate consensus.
yeah, okay.
So while you're looking, Commissioner.
Carrison, we have a consensus.
Yeah, you have a consensus, okay, but I think we also need to look at the PD and look at their software system, because they have some amazing stuff. And,
See how it could flow on
and
this
we
side.
really should look at that, and we've talked about this, Heather. I think it would help us immensely, and
Can we get a consensus to have city manager work with HR and PD to reevaluate the records tech position?
I think that's, no,
I'd say yes.
There's your consensus.
because you're singling out one department.
Well, it's a public record
It's a
department.
public record department.
Just the public
Just,
records.
as long as we're
Not the
evaluating on
liaisons.
this side, evaluated on the other.
The liaison.
Sounds are completely separate. We had this conversation a couple of agendas ago.
I was listening to the meeting, believe it
Oh.
or not.
Yeah.
I guess I'm okay with him looking at it, yeah. I just, I wouldn't, yeah,
Okay.
I'm okay with
There's
looking
your
at it.
consensus.
I
Yes, ma'am.
wondering if anybody would agree with me that the RMLO needs to be the deputy clerk
Yes,
level.
or the clerk. I think that is-
What do you want it to do? Sorry, I was.
The record management liaison officer be at least the deputy clerk or the city clerk. They can designate that, but the responsibility applies to that charter officer.
I think it already does, but,
No, it's with Miss Cynthia.
well, I understand, but she's in charge of Miss Cynthia, so the buck still stops right there.
But Miss Cynthia is labeled the RMLO. Yes, she
And she
is.
carries the label of it.
She's registered, Miss Cynthia's registered with the state
Oh, I
as
see what you're saying. You're saying that
RDMLO.
the registration can be also.
Yeah, but then you have to have the deputy or city clerk registered along with the employee that's doing that responsibility. And I thought that was all part of that reclassification when we talked about it at budget. Was it at budget, or maybe it was prior to budget? Maybe it was mid-year budget when we changed her job
Her job
title.
description. Yeah, we changed it, we took RMLO off of her job title because it's just a duty. It's
Right,
not an
right.
actual
Exactly.
job.
That's what I'm saying. So the buck still stops here.
Mm-hmm.
So I would be a no. So we have a no.
No.
Okay, so the consensus is don't. Anything else? No? We have nothing? I'll take your public comment. Let's see. Ms. Gibson. Have a public comment from Ms. Gibson?
I just saw her outside when I was coming in.
Yeah. Ms. Gibson, if you're not here, just want to let you know that you are being, your public comment is being awarded to you or offered to you. Okay, well with that, meeting adjourned.